Did we auto-generate reminders for participants? I see several people asking me for the link to join.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will send it out again.
Hi, Eve. How are you?
Hi, Gary. I'm well, thank you.
Oh, good. Do you want to say anything at the beginning, or Emmanuel's going to say some words? Do you want to say anything else at the beginning?
No, it's Emmanuel to say something.
Okay. We were about 130. Was that the registration, or was that the last number?
Yeah, we probably
140.
got about 10 yesterday or over the evening, tonight.
It might be closer to 140, you mean?
Yeah. I'm just going to
Right.
go through and send out the link one more time.
They can put questions in the chat as we go along, correct?
Yeah. Oh, and Gary, we never found anybody, Gary and Eve, we never found anybody for moderating the symptom toolkit session. Would either of you be able to do it? Alyssa and Maria will have already been introduced, so it will really just be about kind of managing the questions and just saying that, introducing the title of the session.
Would you like to do that, Eve?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think it'd be good for Eve to do that.
Is that today?
Yes, it's the last session after the QODD session.
Okay.
I think we could start to let people in, could we?
Sure.
Sure. I think you should. 1 minute left.
We've got 1 minute to go. Okay. You can wait 1 minute. People are still joining, so perhaps we'll wait another few minutes. People will still be joining, but perhaps we should start. Emmanuel,
I
over
think
to
so.
you.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this.
Hawa lazima tata wana shida. Hata wakuteka.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this. We can't hear you.
No, he's been muted. We can unmute Emmanuel.
Okay, sorry.
No, again. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all our colleagues, wherever you may be, to this Psychosocial, Palliative and End-of-Life Care Symposium. It's a great opportunity for us because it sets us up for better delivery of services within Africa and beyond. And I want to make special mention of our colleagues at GPEC, Gary and your team, as well as the team at UNC and our colleagues at the Irish Hospice Foundation. I've seen some of them have already joined, and all the others who have been very supportive. I also want to take the opportunity to welcome and thank the facilitators and speakers for the entire session, that we appreciate your contribution. We believe this will bring together researchers, clinicians, and policymakers working in this field so that we can improve services for the people globally and in Africa specifically, but also for ourselves, because when we improve systems, we're improving them for ourselves as well. We want to recognize the contributors to the various topics that are going to be discussed, and we hope that this will be a fantastic learning opportunity for all of us. We all understand the challenges we face in Africa. They are multifaceted, and they need comprehensive responses, and our discussions will contribute to that. We also recognize that these will contribute to further education and research strategies within the continent. We therefore encourage dialogue, and we hope we'll be able to pick up a number of learning points for all of us. And I want to encourage the attendees to reflect on the symposium outcomes and consider how the knowledge gained can be applied in their own institutions and regions. I want to take this moment again to thank you for being with us and to thank everybody in their various capacities for making it here. Thank you very much, and back to you, Rodney. Gary, thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. It's a pleasure to be here. This tells us, this slide shows us some of what we're hoping to accomplish today, to bring together all of you, researchers, clinicians, people who work in institutions, people who work in the community, to think about the psychosocial, bereavement, and end-of-life care needs of patients with advanced disease and their families in Africa and beyond, and to understand, to generate and disseminate evidence to inform clinical practice and support the development of research in end-of-life care in Africa, and to build capacity in research and education. And I should add that although we hope this will help developments in Africa, that we have much to learn in our countries as well, in my part of the world, and we have already learned a great deal from our colleagues in Africa. Next slide. So this shows the agenda today, and the symposium today comes out of the work we've been doing together, our colleagues in GPEC with Eve Namasango and Emmanuel and others in the African Palliative Care Association, and Alyssa Tilley and her colleagues at the University of North Carolina and in Malawi. And we're going to begin today by telling you about some of the work we've been doing, and we'll hear about how it's been developing in Africa. And we hope all of you will be able to generate questions and thoughts about its applications to the work that you're doing. So we'll be talking about our CALM intervention, about the research we've been doing on the quality of dying and death and its measurement, and on the development and implementation of the Malawi Symptom Toolkit for symptom management that Alyssa Tilley has been leading. Next slide. So, CALM is which stands for Managing Cancer and Living Meaningfully. As an intervention which we developed originally beginning in Canada and Toronto, but we've been disseminating all over the world because the problems with people with advanced disease face are the same in every country. And CALM provides a framework for for caregivers for how to engage in a supportive way, in a therapeutic way with patients in whatever country they're living. So we're going to hear something about the background of CALM and then something about its application in Uganda. And we hope that all of you will join in the discussion. That's me. Okay. So we're calling this the Africa Project, Managing Cancer and Living Meaningfully in Africa. And these are the words of a patient who received CALM. When I understand things, I'm less anxious and can make better decisions. And we hope CALM will lead to the improvement in the quality of life for people living with cancer. More and more people are living with advanced cancer. And that is what CALM is directed to. We're going to hear later in the next segment about the end of life, but CALM is actually about helping people live with an advanced cancer and to live well and live better with an advanced cancer. Next slide. So if we think about the problem of advanced cancer in Africa, and I think some of you could add more to this, but we think about what are the assets. There has been a lot of growth and development in cancer treatment resources over the past 5 or 10 years in Africa. There are very well-established networks of community and family support, I think much better in Africa than in many Western countries. There is also a network of community-based providers and traditional providers, and with a great deal of trust in those providers. And religious faith, I think, is stronger in Africa and is a great source of support to many patients. There are, of course, many challenges. Patients we're seeing in Africa often present late in the course of disease. They may not have timely access to high-quality specialized cancer care. The financial problems are significant, and there is still limited access to palliative care and specialized psychosocial care. Next slide. So we began, going back a couple of decades, is when we began looking at the psychological burden of advanced cancer. Most recently, we've been looking at people newly diagnosed with ovarian cancer or who have a recurrence, and these people have high prevalence of acute stress disorder, PTSD. 78% of those newly diagnosed and 56% of those with recurrence report traumatic stress symptoms compatible with a diagnosis of acute stress disorder. These people are overwhelmingly distressed, and there's been no routine psychological support in almost every country in the world for patients at this stage. In earlier research, when we looked at people with metastatic and GI lung cancer, we showed that at any one moment in time, about a quarter of them had clinically significant symptoms of depression and demoralizations. And if these symptoms were not treated, they tended to increase with increasing proximity to the end of life. A couple of years ago, we also looked with a fellow from the Netherlands, Anne-Marie Hagen, at death anxiety in patients with metastatic lung cancer using a measure we developed, the DADS, the Distress About Death and Dying measure. And we showed that 40% of these people report moderate to severe symptoms of death anxiety. And these are symptoms that usually are not assessed or treated. We think that we should be supporting people in how to manage this kind of distress. Next slide. So many people that we were seeing and that we are seeing come to us at what we've called the tipping point. It's not always at the time of diagnosis with metastatic and advanced cancer, but it's that moment in time when people perceive that time is short, the burden of the disease is growing, they recognize that they become more dependent on other people, they feel more vulnerable and need more support. And this is threatening or difficult for many people. Everything that gives people's life meaning and everything that contributes to their self-esteem and sense of identity often gets undermined. And death anxiety is very common. So at this moment in time, all of these things are occurring in every part of the world with everyone who's diagnosed with metastatic advanced cancer. On the one hand, this creates a lot of distress. On the other hand, it creates an opportunity, we think, for a therapeutic intervention. Next slide. So these are the fears, and these are the words of a patient with advanced cancer in Uganda who was interviewed. Patient said, everyone said that whoever goes for surgery dies. You go into the hospital and you come back in a coffin. They said it deforms your whole body. The hair falls out, the nails shrink, all sorts of things. They told me there was no survival. They said that if I went for surgery, I would hardly survive for 2 months. This patient is distressed, he's anxious, and he has a hard time imagining how he can live with the cancer that he has. This is the kind of patient that calm can be very helpful for. Next slide. So we think, as I've said, that this moment in time creates the opportunity and the need for a tailored intervention because there's high levels of distress. There's actually a predictable set of problems, crises, and decisions that occur and need to be made. There isn't really time and space in oncology or palliative care settings, even for people to reflect and think about what they feel, for them to be understood, and for them to think about the decisions they're making. But people are often very motivated for help, so there is a unique therapeutic opportunity. Next slide. So this says a little bit about what the calm is, but the most important thing I want to say is that it's a framework that we know that caregivers in oncology and palliative care and primary care are accustomed to talking with the patients, but they haven't had a framework to guide the conversation or to guide the process. And so we think CALM provides it. It's manualized, but it's semi-structured. We've trained a whole variety of a whole variety of health professionals, not just mental health professionals, but many others. And we actually have a project now in California looking at the training of lay people in CALM. We encourage the primary caregiver to attend CALM, at least one of the sessions, and sometimes all of them. And it's a relatively brief intervention. It's just 3 to 6 sessions over 3 to 6 months. It can be longer, but we showed that even something as brief as that can be helpful. There are 4 content domains that guide the conversation, and we try to meet weekly or twice monthly with people who are conducting CALM in order to support them in this process. Next slide. So we think CALM actually is palliative care. It's early palliative care. And the most important aspect of early palliative care is often the psychological dimensions. In the Lancet Oncology Commission on the Integration of Oncology and Palliative Care, CALM was described as an approach to the psychological care of the patient with advanced disease that is integrated with both cancer care and palliative care, to provide patients and their caregivers with reflective space to communicate their experience and to address the major decisions, burdens, and adaptive challenges of advanced and progressive disease. Next slide. So CALM can also be considered a supportive expressive therapy. These are the criteria for a supportive expressive therapy, which I think CALM meets, that it's a conversation over time. It's about a therapeutic relationship. It's about providing emotional support. It's about helping patients modulate their affect, maintain their affect within a tolerable range. It's about facing problems that are relevant to the patient with advanced cancer. And it's about helping people find meaning in the situation they're in. And that refers to meaning in the life they have lived and meaning in the life that lies ahead, even if it is brief. Next slide. So these are the 4 domains of CALM. These are the content areas that guide the conversation. How do patients manage the disease? How do they talk to their healthcare providers? How do they make decisions? About the changes I mentioned in the sense of self and identity and relationships with close others, and about the renegotiation of those relationships, because people often need something different. They maybe can't care for their family as they did before. They can't be physically intimate as they were before, or they need more emotional support than they did before. Third domain, as I mentioned, is about the sense of meaning and purpose in their life. And the 4th domain is about the hopes and fears about the future. These domains are all interrelated, and we do not require the patient to talk about these things, but we create an opportunity for them if they wish by the use of open-ended questions. Next slide. So these are the elements of the therapeutic process that we teach in the ongoing supervision sessions. Some of these are quite simple. They're allowing time for a conversation. They're about being emotionally present. And that is a different posture, typically, than than health professionals have in a clinical setting. It's not about distance between the provider and the patient. It's about connection. It's about providing reflective space, the opportunity to think and reflect about their thoughts and feelings, and about empathy, which means understanding the patient from their perspective, which requires listening. Often in medicine, we're more used to talking than listening, and I think calm helps shift the balance towards listening. As I mentioned, it's about helping people regulate their affect and about mentalization, which is a technical term, but it actually just means helping people think in more than one way about their condition, to accept that the patient might have feelings of hopelessness, but to help them think in other ways as well about their condition. And one example of this is what we've called double awareness, which is being able to think more than one way about their situation with their disease and in their life. Next slide. So this is a definition of double awareness. We coined this term a long time ago, but it's a shift from the traditional approach, of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and others, which talked about people moving from protest and denial to acceptance of an advanced disease and the end of life. Double awareness refers to holding the duality, being able to face the end of life while also remaining engaged in life. So sustaining these possibilities for both living and dying. And we've actually created a measure of this scale, the double awareness scale, which has two subscales. One about death contemplation, being able to contemplate their disease and planning for the end of life. And the other subscale is life engagement. And we think double awareness is to be able to do both and score high on both. Next slide. So we wanted to collect evidence. We began with phase 1 and phase 2 trials. Then we conducted a phase 3 trial. We randomized 305 people to calm or to usual care, and we looked at the outcomes after 3 and 6 months. And we found that at both 3 and 6 months, the patients who received calms, the ones who were depressed had less depression, clinically significant difference, and those who were not depressed were less likely to become depressed. Patients had reduced distress about dying and death if they received calm, and they reported that they felt better able to communicate with their healthcare team and their providers. They felt better at clarifying their feelings and values, and they felt better prepared for the end of life. Next slide. So this is the experience of calm in Africa, and you can see that it includes what we call this range from the practical to the profound. The patient said that time I first came into contact with the therapist, it was really very difficult to recall everything that happened. But what I know is it was a very comfortable time with him. He didn't talk, he listened, which may be the most important thing. When I kept silent, it would prompt me to say more. He helped remove my fear because he asked questions. Some were psychological, some about physical health, some about family relations, and some were just what you might call bio data. But with all the problems I had, he didn't say they would go away. He didn't say they would remain. So it's not just reassurance. When I presented the pain, he worked on it. He recommended some treatments, some therapies, and so on. That's how we talked. I almost said everything, even the secrets. I revealed the secrets to him and everything, because at that time I felt like I had finally found the person I wanted, someone who could help me. So I thought if I tell him everything, he would help me, and he really did help me. So to us, this is in one way very simple, and another way profound, that this kind of benefit can occur from a therapeutic conversation in Africa. Next slide. And we think calm benefits the patients. We think it also benefits the therapists. And one of the therapists, John Lula, who we asked to talk about this, and referring to the patient, he said, our patient said that he hasn't had an opportunity to discuss what he's going through. But when he talks to us, he feels stronger. almost as if he has another family apart from his own. And John added, it sometimes hurts to have these conversations with patients, but with more experience, I'm finding that I can control my emotions. What John is describing, we think, is building a muscle. This muscle is to be able to engage with, absorb the emotions of the patient, and also recover oneself. It sometimes hurts, as John said, but we grow through that and we build that muscle. And that's what we can call empathic learning. Next slide. So this is the paradox of calm, the contradictions of calm, that it provides reflective space within a structure. It's both brief and deep, and it's about facing living with dying, and about taking time while time is short. And we think there's something very respectful about taking time with patients whose life is shortened. Next slide. So as I said, we began in Canada, in Toronto, and the picture on the left shows our CALM team. This is a team that's helping disseminate CALM in Canada and throughout the world. But you can see on the left the whole range of countries that we've been engaged in Australia, in Asia, in Europe, in North and South America. And we've shown that CALM really can be disseminated really throughout the world in all resource settings. Because it's delivered in the voice and the language and in the way of speaking of therapists in each of these countries, CALM is not a script. It's a framework for people in each of these countries. And we've been bringing together some of the global leaders. We gathered at the International Psycho-Oncology meeting in Canada and Banff, Alberta in 2019, and in 2024 in Maastricht in the Netherlands. Next slide. So we hope CALM will help shift the balance. There's so much emphasis in cancer care and medical care to the biological, to basic science, and to systemic therapies and biological treatments. We want to shift the balance just a little bit towards the human dimensions of cancer care. And as you may know, that in all countries in the world, even in low resource settings, aggressive interventions, expensive and often futile interventions, are still being delivered in the last month of life. We hope some of those resources can apply to psychosocial interventions like CALM and to end-of-life care. Next slide. And this is really part of a larger project, together with Richard Sullivan, who's the director of the Institute of Cancer Policy at King's College London, co-leading this Lancet Oncology Commission on the human crisis of cancer. We're trying to look at all the evidence for this imbalance between the biomedicine and what we call the soul of medicine, and how do we shift the balance more towards the human dimensions of cancer care. I think that's the last slide in this in my presentation, and I'd like to turn to John Lulu, who's been working with us on CALM. He's a medical clinical officer and CALM therapist in the Kitovu Mobile Hospice. So, John, it's been a pleasure to work with you. John, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Greetings to Africa and the world at large. I'm so privileged to have us all, and I'm very happy to be part of this life-changing intervention and a symposium that is aimed at looking at those that go through pain every day, and this pain is most times unseen, and even when at the time it is seen, few can handle it. So thank you so much, Dr. Gary and the team. I'm called John Dule from Kitovu Mobile, South Central Uganda, a palliative care team member, and a CALM therapist over the last 20 months. I would request that maybe we first play the video, the case video presentation I sent, so I can present later. Thank you.
Do we have the sound?
Yeah, we need the sound, please.
Greetings to you all. John Murray is my name. I'm a medical clinic officer by profession. I have a certificate in palliative care psychiatry, and I'm also a graduate of Aspire Leaders program. I am a palliative care team member at Kitovu Mobile, an organization that cares for people living with chronic illnesses in South Central Uganda. For the previous 20 months, I've been serving as a CAM therapist, serving a population approximating to 450 palliative care patients, with a remarkable number of those patients at their end of life. Currently, I've been appointed as the project coordinator or the project lead for the project known as Strengthening Health Systems to Improve End-of-Life Experiences, Quality of Death and Dying for patients living with chronic illnesses, to achieve its goals through communication of their needs, creating healthy relationship with those specific special people and God as well, preparing for the experience, preparing for a quality death and dying experience. This project is largely made of an exceptional intervention known as CAM therapy, and that is one of the reasons why we are here. Today we are delighted to have one of our clients, an elder youth male, who is battling cancer of the colon. He's a beneficiary of this great program, which was delivered to him from February to July of 2024.
My name is Matoko Rashid, 44 years old. I'm married with one wife. I have 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. I'm a cancer victim.
How did it feel like when they told you that you have cancer? What were your fears, the anxiety, the
obvious cancer? Because cancer is a deadly disease, at first when they tell you that you have cancer, you have to get shocked. I was shocked. The family, the relatives, and the neighbors, they got the information that I have cancer. And from there and then we started the chemotherapy, 6 phases at Malawi Cancer Institute, Freddy Hatch.
Do you have any health workers who sat you down and talked to you at that point when you were just told that you have cancer of the colon?
No. By the way, I did not have any counseling. The counseling I got was from Kitovu, that's Kitovu Mobile.
At the point we met Mr. Rashid, he was at the verge of giving up. He was at the verge of calling off his treatment appointments, saying that they are uncomfortable, and he was ready to give up. Following our regular visits, we informed him of the goals of treatment. After understanding all this, he agreed, and currently he has just completed his treatment schedule. How did you feel, or how was it like the first time you shared your story with your health work or your therapist?
I felt very well because the person I was talking was near to me, and I expressed my mind. We talked a lot. She asked me many questions that I managed to answer, some I don't know. And from that day, I knew that I have somebody whom I can talk to when I get any problem as well. And now I am doing. Because now when I get any pain, I can at least call somebody who's there and advise me what to do.
With all that said, we are also going to look at his experience on CAM therapy and its impact.
Each visit, I can get a lesson to learn because they had different questions related to my disease, related to my life. So I could pick things which I could put in practice.
Look specifically on these visits. Can you point out how those different visits helped you, or how those different visits impacted you in any way or the other, if they did?
Like for the last two visits, where they had a question how the relationship between me and my God. Have you prepared your last life? We talked about the will. I managed to make a will. I have it. Different people. I gave them a copy. And I managed to get closer to my Allah. And still, what I do now, I managed to repent. To repent to my Allah. If I have any bad deeds, I did it to somebody. At least Allah forgive me. In the course.
So after exploring his experience on the program, we also want to know what happened after the program.
After us giving you this therapy or this talk that we've been doing, how do you now interpret life as compared to before getting this talk?
As I told you earlier, that when you have somebody to talk to, at least you feel life is better.
You feel secure with that person.
But if you don't have somebody to talk to, you feel like you are disaster or you are left lonely.
How has this talk helped you to modify your goals?
All my goals are still moving. For example, that perimeter fence of my road. I constructed it after this.
So that means you still have hope, you can still plan for the future.
I constructed the room behind there. I bought a piece of land for living rooms. It is there for my kids. At least I don't have any problem.
Okay. So should we assume that you got this, you started thinking about preparing for your future and hope after our visit?
I started preparing.
Oh, that is very beautiful. That is very beautiful. So we are getting to the end of our interview. Thank you so much. We are so happy that you've given us this time. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaden, for that presentation. I also want to share my screen. Please, Jaden, if possible, allow me share my screen.
You should be able to share now.
Is it visible?
Chat.
Not yet. Let me try
Not
again.
yet. Okay.
Can you try again?
I could share on your behalf.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Eve. We can see your screen now, John, if you just wanted to go into presenter view.
Okay, thank you. So I'm happy that all of us are here, and this is one thing that we have seen over this time, over this period, that it has greatly impacted our patients, especially in our rural areas. This therapy is a new intervention, especially here in Uganda, specifically to mention, and it being the first of its kind, it has given us very good results. And we are so hopefully that if this is integrated into care, we are going to have a better results of end of lives, especially for patients that are living with chronic illnesses, especially those in their advanced stages. So this therapy that we are talking about is called CAM, all managing advanced disease and living meaningfully.
John, can you put your slideshow on?
Yes, we just see all your slides. If you can go to the top in the slideshow button and press Start Show. Or Eve, if you want to pull them up again for John, perhaps.
Good.
Great, that's great. Thank you. John,
Okay,
are you still there?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Eve. Let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, thank you. I was talking about the acknowledgement. So I want to thank IHF, Irish Hospice Foundation, for always funding this activity, and the implementing partners, African Palliative Care Association, and then with the technical support from Global Institute of Psychosocial, Palliative and End-of-Life Care, and the Ministry of Uganda for allowing have this implemented to the people of Uganda. So next slide. Okay, that is the palliative care team from Kitovu Mobile. It comprises of Kitovu Mobile Hospice staff, and then community advisory board members. So this intervention is at a level of the community in such a way that it can easily be accessed by even the nearest or the farthest person in Uganda. Next slide. So like Dr. Gary informed us, the goals are to improve the end-of-life experience for the patients living with advanced diseases and their families by promoting patient and family-centered models of care to improve the quality of death and dying. So as you can see here, we have photos of one of our clients at the top, in the top corner. That is a home visit. In the middle there is a facility visit. On our left is a training, and then still on our right is also a home visit. to some of those clients. So the way we are doing this, we are training the health workers still to have the knowledge of providing this therapy and still providing the very same therapy. So what is the perplexity, or what is the problem? The problem is the diagnosis of progressive incurable diseases may trigger enormous distress and the challenge of living meaningfully in the face of a progressive disease. Individuals in this situation face the burden of physical suffering, the threat of dependence and impending mortality, and the difficulty of making treatment decisions that have life and death implications while navigating a complex healthcare system. Next slide. Early palliative care for such individuals has been shown to produce better outcomes, but the psychological dimension of such care is much less systemized than those on symptom control and advanced care planning. So holistic care should address all aspects of well-being. So the solution to this problem, to this perplexity, is CAM therapy. Like we said, it's managing advanced disease and living meaningfully. So CAM therapy is a targeted intervention that is supervised with domains that are packaged so well to see that we handle a patient as a whole. We handle the patient holistically. You will see that we look at the symptom management and communication, changing self and relationship with close others, spirituality, sense of meaning and purpose, preparing for the future, sustaining hope and facing mortality. And all these domains that we are talking about, they are interconnected. So one domain completes the other. And if you provide one, it's like you've not done enough. And that's how beautiful CAM therapy is. So what is the aim of providing this therapy? We are aiming at promoting patient and family-led person-centered models of care to improve the quality of death and dying. We are promoting positive experiences associated with good death, and in the African context, key consideration promoting positive experiences associated with good deaths, and in African context, key considerations include freedom from pain, other symptoms, and their associated distress, relief from avoidable health-related suffering for patients and their loved ones, and fulfillment of patient and family end-of-life wishes. These are consistent with clinical, cultural, and ethical standards of palliative care in Africa. The goals, like I've mentioned, we are going to achieve these goals to enable the efficient and timely communication of patient and caregiver needs in all aspects of life so as to make informed decisions. This has happened over and over again, whereby patients are not involved in decision-making, especially on treatments. But with CAM, it encompasses this, and it has proved to give us good results. To grant patient his wishes at any point of care, at the point of treatment, at the point of death, at the point when they have any wish to make. It is their right to achieve this. It is their right to get this wish. To manage pain and other symptoms, to relieve distress through psychosocial support. This, I marked it red because this is one aspect that has not been catered for in the original palliative care system. So CAM therapy has come to address mainly this unseen pain, this pain that is hard for someone to come at your facility, for someone to come at the hospice and tell you all their problems. But with CAM therapy, this is very possible. To ensure quality death and dying experience, death can be of a good quality, regardless that it remains death, and we can have a peaceful death. So this is what we want to give to these people that are in their advanced stages of the chronic diseases. To deliver pre-loss services, which mainly focuses on reducing complicated grief. In most cases, you will find that the family members, they get to the loss of their beloved one when they are not sure of what is happening and they are not sure of what to do. So there is a mixture of emotions at that moment, but if we give pre-loss through CAM therapy, we can achieve a better outcomes of grief. So this is a patient that you have seen from the video. We obtained an informed consent of all the video and audio and publication of any of his private information. So he's a 42-year-old male, married to one wife with 3 children. He's a primary teacher by profession. He's a resident of Saza Parish, Katweputego County in Masaka City. This is South Central Uganda. He lives with advanced cancer of the colony, and he's one of our clients that has been a beneficiary of the therapy since February to July of 2024. Now, we want to look at the patient needs and challenges at the start before we started the therapy. At the start, before we initiate, actually the first time we met this gentleman had pain and other symptoms. To mention, he has also a very big herniation that was repaired and a wire mesh put. So it is also causing its own symptoms. Efficient communication with health workers, and he says it's a point of life security and assurance. Like you heard from his words, he said that from at the time he was diagnosed of this chronic disease, there was no health worker that talked to him about anything, about how it feels, about anything, so that he can have his emotion calm down. So this was part of his need. He also needed a psychosocial support in regards to spirituality and preparing for the future, hope and mortality. Specifically here, our patient was worried, if I can't bend, if I can't kneel like I used to kneel, is it true that God still receives my prayer as before? And there was no person to answer this question. He also had financial needs. So the challenges, he had pain, limited access to quality advanced care services, knowledge gap on the prognosis of the disease. Specifically on this, before we met this gentleman, like I said, he was at the verge of giving up on treatment. But then when we convinced him to resume treatment, he wanted to know, is it true that if I finish this treatment, will I heal? Will I be okay? So these were the challenges and questions. And comfortability on cancer treatment, unplanned future and mortality, limited financial support to sustain medical bills and personal requirements. Next, thank you. So these were the questions. These were the questions that he always wanted to get answers for, and no one could provide them. He was asking that in case I complete cancer treatment procedures, will I heal forever? If my cancer has advanced to other vital organs, can they live like the river? How much time am I left with? Does missing of cancer treatment appointments affect the previous doses? Is it true that my children will inherit my disease? So these are all questions cause distresses in our patients. So if they have no any person to answer these questions, trust me, they are going to go in depression. They are going to have all mental stress. They are going to have all mental problems. And at the end of that day, this person will die earlier than he would have. So, like I mentioned, the concerns, he was worried that God is no longer receiving the prayers because of the pain. He could no longer kneel or bend to pray. He's a Muslim. So he was worried, if God is no longer receiving my prayers, then what am I left with? Dying when my children are still young. And this is one of the commonest question in all our clients. But assurance is always given, and if this person receives answers, all he or she might not receive the answers, but in case he or she gets that assurance that even after my death, even after I leave this world, the rest of the people will be able to live a normal life. These people will live an undistressed life. They will live a good life, and they will face death when it is peaceful, when it is not painful, like when you don't know what is going to happen after the life on earth. Next slide. So what did we do to this client? Which steps did we take to help this gentleman? So at all times, we've controlled pain and other symptoms, and this is done at any time this patient feels any symptom. We created a system whereby they can readily access the hospice for any help that is symptom related. Psychosocial support in communication, relationship with those others, spirituality, purpose, and sense of meaning, future, hope, and immortality. Like I mentioned, psychosocial support is very key in this intervention. Since these people have not talked to anyone at the point of diagnosis, the community is criticizing them, is stigmatizing them, relating their disease to any sort of cause. Maybe it might have been due to HIV that you contracted because of being a prostitute, I may say. They stigmatize them in a way that they relate their diseases to maybe witchcraft. One of the clients was told that it's because the witchcraft you bought to get rich became the source of that disease. And if this person is not told the truth, if this person is not talked to about that, they will live the rest of their life blaming themselves for things that are not true. So in spirituality, like I've addressed, their question is always there. These people always want to remain making the same meaning. They want always to have the same purpose like before getting these diseases, which looks somehow impossible. So when we talk with them about reforming their goals, about reshuffling their sense of meaning. It relieves pressure. And we find that they are slowly and slowly improving as far as distresses are concerned. And the situation around hope and mortality plus future, most of these clients, when they get to the advanced stage, some of them would wish to have all their money spent so that they can die without leaving anything. So psychosocial support here is very key, because if they utilize all that they have and they don't die, that means you have another jeopardy. That means someone is going to have another suffering. So that is where we mainly focused. Still, we discussed the completion of treatment that this gentleman has just done. And also, we've been closely monitoring and following up on the discussed issues. Like I said, we last had him on this therapy in July, but over this time, from July till now, we've been communicating, helping him out in any problem, to see that he's having a quality end of life care. So what were the outcomes, or what did we achieve from this therapy? Our patient is now having a reduced recurrence of pain episodes and other symptoms, because in our clients, most of the times pain is imminent, and therefore we think that it is very key to keep a close eye on our clients, that in case of any recurrence of any of the symptoms, they can be helped. Understanding of the goals of the treatment, reduced distresses, free and readily available consultation from qualified medical personnel, and informed decision making, especially on health and any other related life-related aspects. So at the end of our therapy, our client also gave us a message that I think is very important. So he says that providing this service, that this service should be provided to all cancer patients, not only those at the advanced stage, but at least to all, because of how we saw it. He says that patient to health workers communication is very important, relieving and gives solution to many patient questions. He also says that bring cancer treatment service close because it is costly and very uncomfortable. That is because, like I said, we are in the far places of Uganda, and therefore accessing this treatment and management for cancer is costly, and therefore this is his cry. He says also that he's grateful for whoever brought, or for whoever thought about this intervention, and he thanked the minds behind this intervention. So, as Kitovu Mobile, or as the palliative care team at the hospice, what did we learn? We found out that late diagnosis has led to almost 90% of the advanced cancer diseases, and therefore routine screening reduces the increasing escalating numbers of advanced chronic illnesses. Psychosocial distresses are claiming more palliative care patients than the cancer diseases. So incorporation of this intervention would probably give us a significant outcome. Isolated palliative care is not enough, and I think we've all witnessed this, and therefore addressing of spiritual related and relationship related distresses have significantly relieved advanced care distresses, and we have seen lives that would have been lost at before they would have been lost, and they are still kept till the time till the right time comes. So we are also saying that reconciliation within the aspects of spirituality and relationships is fundamental, because these mainly make up the sense and purpose of most of the people, what you believe in and how you see your relationships with the fellow people and the rest of your fellow family members, the community, and God. So if there is a reconciliation in these aspects, we are thinking that it is going to have a very, very good outcome of end of life. And then we say that a peaceful death and dying experience is everyone's wish at end of life. So as we are getting to the end of our presentation, I want to acknowledge the leadership of Kitovu Mobile Hospice for supporting us always, so that we can implement this in for our clients, especially the team member I work with, Mrs. Maria Wanji. I thank her so much. And then this wouldn't be possible without the technical guidance of Dr. Idi Matovu, one of our very own, and the highly respected Professor Gary Rodin for always technically supporting us and reviewing our work, supervising each and every patient that we look at. I want also to acknowledge the duties of Dr. Eve, not only today, but for always supporting Kitovu Mobile Hospice, so that we see that our clients and patients receive the best that they ought to receive. We are also greatly thankful to our patients and the caregivers who have allowed us to work with them, and they have cooperated with us in all ways. Great thanks goes to all our partners that have done all that is possible so that we can have this intervention given. Irish Foundation, Irish Hospice Foundation, thank you so much, and every partner who has enabled this to happen.
Thank you very much, John. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
And now we're going to hear from a second therapist, Mr. John Bosco Kafuma, who's at St. Francis Naggalama Hospital in Uganda, who's also been a COM therapist. So John Bosco, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be around here on this wonderful presentation. And Kafuma John Bosco by the names, and I'm a registered nurse, a CAM therapist, and having credentials in palliative psychiatry. Currently, I'm working with St. Francis Naggalama Hospital, one of the facilities offering palliative care services in parts of central Uganda and parts of eastern Uganda, with multiple clients with life-limiting illness. In the line above, as my former presenter, I want to present to you a case on the ongoing study about to come. So I request Mr. Jaden to share my slides. Hold on a bit.
Kati okulabirira omulwadde owulira obuvumu bwenkana wa bwe tuba bwa bubala kuva ku 1 ku 5 nga 5 yesinga ng'emu yenti noyinza bbuwa mmeka bagamba nti tukedde omulwadde wuuno bwali bwati omulabirire obuvumu bwo oyinza bbuwa nnamba ki
obuvumu
ng'emu yenkini nga bwali ng'emu yenkini nga 5
5 eba nnene
kati osobola okumpa ennamba emu wakati awo
kubanga nti omulwadde baba bamukulekedde ng'omuntu bw'ataba munno nga nawe toyinza kukola ki okikola munnaffe oyo kati ebigere byesiba tasobola genda mu manja kukinnya kuli kubanga era kirudde nnyo nti okweyamba yali agenzeeyo ng'agaanidde mu ttooyi tumugamba wabula ajja kweyambira nga mu kabaketi so singa bamaliriza ebibye oba okweyamba ng'okwo nomutegulako kakati bw'otaba munne nga tesi munno oyinza kukigumiikiriza batajja kisobola kubanga naye ayinza okuba nga ayagala okulya emmere nawosi bamutwalirayo emmere nakisiŋŋaana ate nakyengisa natwalayo nasooka agizaayo asobole okubanga naye amujjulira emmere nga naye ayagala akole ki alya amala kutegula bino nasobola akola ki kati gwe nawe omutima guno ate oguddayo wali ogenda okulya guba gufudde
kwebaza olw'obulabirizi obwo obyokumuwa ndabikirako ddala kakati mbadde kati ekitundu kino kyogera ku bubonero n'enkolaganayo n'abasawo kati mbadde mbuuza nti omanyi ebigendererwa by'obujjanjabi bw'oli okufuna essaawa eno eddagala abasawo bano lye bakuwa bajja ne bakunyaga akozesa kino okozesa bino ekigendererwa kyalyo okimanyi
ekigendererwa kyalo kyambali obusuulu byakuwanayo mirimu gyange ekirungi ekyo kati nti owulira nga omatidde engeri abasawo ekibuuzo ekisooka nti abasawo bakuyambako oteeseganya n'abasawo muteeseganya tukwatagana bulungi
mukwatagana bulungi era omatira engeri
gyemukwatagana
omatira
namatidde gabwanga singa otavaawo obulungi bonna bonna kyaki bwe bajja nga bwe balweddewo basikulira ddala na mirembe naye bewandeeta eddagala ebyo ina ddala emirembe bulungi nnyo era mbaamu nesonyi nga nja kuwona ereyo ku mirimu gyange
kati we bajja mukubaganyako mu birowoozo ne mwogera we bajja okuwa eddagala nti mukulumisa eddagala liiryo genda omire
kubaganya ebirowoozo
ne mwenyumyamu kati buno obubonero obuliwo ebbwa obulimu bw'olina wano bukutawaanyizza kyenkana ki owulira nga bukumaliddeko ddala emirembe nti n'olya tokyalina mirembe yadde obubonero obuliwo essaawa eno
okuleka wano n'amagulu
bye bisinza okumalako
naye wasigadde n'okuduma okulungi sinatabula naye wano n'amagulu bimazeeko emirembe era singa mba nziremu okutambula naye kibino siwona mbasobola okubako wantu twakyalina tabula
wano tewakyakweralikiriza katundemu kana kantu tujja kwongera okuketegereza tulabe obanga kava ku kintu kirala nnyo obanga kino kikaleese obanga kaliwo ku lwaki ku bwalo tujja kwongera okuketegereza nsa n'abasawo nga tuzze kati ekirala muli owuliranga ebibuuzo byo ebikwatagana n'obulwadde byonna biddiddwamu oba okyalinayo ebibuuzo by'owulira nga tonnaba bibuuza. Ekyo ekyawo wansi
ekyamazeeko emirembe n'amavubi byokka ebibuuzo byokka byennyini ebyamaanyi.
Kozi wagambye ako ko kamaze ebbanga ki kano akaliwa?
Okusinamira kamuliro n'ebinyiga zange ebiri esatu kuba basawo bajja ngamba oganamba tujja kujja kulaba
kiddukka kayinza okuba katalika oluvannyuma myezi nga 5 abuwa okujjako ekirala kyatabuuzizaamu atulika omubiri ogwo okujjako amabwa era kati emabega eyo yonna waatulika wasinga wakola amabwa kati kikimwetagasi nowano oyinza okujjanga kaddugavu nekafuuka ebbwa ate nekamuluma nnyo wabula ate nekirala omukono guno wali ku lukokola kati
ono waliwo
enkovu naye ate akamba omukono ogwo naye bwanywa ku ddagala lyammwe nga guweweera kati ebyo atamanyi ebikale kuba nti mulwadde naye ebimu abikola ki aba abirekayo
kiyambye.
All right, thank you very much. That is one of our clients who is under the study. So I want to give a brief history of the above mentioned client. This is a 50-year-old male who was formerly a trader in Kampala suburb, and he had a couple of, let me share these slides with you. The above pictures you're seeing on the screen, these were taken. Are you seeing the pictures on the screen?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, that is good. All right. So the patient you're seeing above, right and left, is the same patient. So is the one I've been interviewing. This is a patient who is a 50-year-old male who was formerly trader in Kampala suburb. You observe in the left-hand corner, that is the tumor, which is fungating. It is then in the right-hand corner is the same patient seated in the white chair. Then also the other one is the caretaker, the caregiver. So that is the worsening illness with the time. You see how the skin has been affected alongside other symptoms as they have been discussed in the conversation, and also as we shall see. So this is a 50-year-old male who was formerly a trader from Kampala suburb, and he had 6 children in 2 different wives. In Kampala, as I've mentioned, that he was a trader. He was running a small business, but this collapsed during the COVID era. However, because of this, even the wife divorced. The later wife divorced and left with 2 children. So the client had to relocate to his sister in the village due to financial constraints. This came along due to the illness that he was trying to move along in different hospitals to source medical support, but money drained off, and also the collapse of his business. So at the time of contact, the patient was unemployed and was living with a sister who was a peasant farmer, and this one was acted as the major source of financial support alongside other well-wishers. So when we look at the cancer history for this patient, the patient was well until October 2019 when he developed a rough bump in the left axilla, as you've seen in our first slide. This was intermittent. It was off and on. He used to scratch it, then it disappears. However, in December 2019, the bump appeared with the progressive swelling and pain. The patient tried to move in various health facilities that all his finances yielded no conclusive and definitive management. So he returned to the village, as I mentioned earlier. Even in January 2020, the bump ruptured with profuse bleeding. Then he reported back to the hospital where a transfusion was done. However, they started declaring malignancy. So a biopsy was requested to be done. A lymph node biopsy was positive, and then was recommended for further radiological investigations to rule out any primary source alongside determining any extent of metastases, which they declined versus the limited finances. So they had to self-discharge from the hospital. Remember, I told you earlier that the patient left town because of the finances, had no finances, despite the illness, but he couldn't support himself in town due to the cost of living. So here is in the village with a young sister who is just a peasant farmer. So the patient on self-discharge at home, they resorted to various other options to heal the wound. Actually, if you watch the video clearly, the patient at that time of contact, they denied that it wasn't. Up to that time, they were still denying, even the caretakers, that it wasn't cancer. So these other options they resorted to yielded no positive impact. So from our video, we see during our assessment, what are the challenges, what are the stressors the patient that we identified or the patient noted. This is a patient who was found socially isolated, distressed with a forgetting extensive wound, which was extending to the left axilla with a prolonged discharge. Actually, even in the pictures and the video, you see the discharge is continuing. You saw flies flying around. Actually, the patient reported that he had difficulty in breathing that is worsened by pain, which was radiating from the left axilla to the chest, and the left arm was swollen too. This left arm was swollen to the extent that at times he couldn't lift it. Actually, at that time, even he had bilateral lower limb weakness, that he cannot support himself to walk or to stand up. Even neither can he squat on the toilet. He's just supported. Actually, he's just being given a bucket. That's what he can use at the moment. Also, we noted the reducible left inguinal hernia, which had, as noted, that it had appeared 3 months earlier. The patient at this time was also highly stressed about the illness and its symptoms that had limited his self-care abilities, especially the use of the privies or the laboratories. Remember, the caretaker mentioned that if you aren't a friend, if you are not a close friend to this patient, you cannot really live with him, because every now and then he wants to ease himself. You could be wanting to have lunch, but then he calls you, please come and help me. Reaching there, he has soiled the linen, the bucket is full, so that is how stressed he was, that he can no longer support himself in such activities of self-care. Additionally, the failure to bring his children together, especially those that were taken by the later wife, bothered him much. As we noted, this is a gentleman who had 2 wives, but then the later wife had 2 children. But in the time of sickness, as the sickness progressed, worsened, and the loss of finances, the wife decided to move away with what? With the kids. Because she saw no hope at that time. So she looked for a better future, if I may say. So at this time, what were the questions from our patient? You look at this patient, if you observe in the video, every time he would speak about this swelling in the groin. So it was like, can't the doctors operate this swelling? It appears with severe pain that morphine can't take away. As I mentioned, this patient is currently on morphine because he had pain, as I noted earlier, which is within the chest and radiates to the arm. But whenever he takes this morphine, the swelling down, he says the pain there can't go away despite the painkillers. Further on, the patient wants to know, won't this wound abscess extend further and consume the whole arm? I am scared. The patient was scared that this wound abscess would extend from the axilla and eat away the whole arm. Why? If you observe our pictures, the left arm is severely swollen. You observe in the left corner, it is swollen. It seems like to some extent, if you observe in the other angle, it seems like it wants to burst. So he was worried that won't this wound extend and eat up the whole arm and fall away. Because he has hope, he had the hope that possibly any time this would heal and resume his initial businesses. So further, the patient knows that would there be any medication to dry the wounds and disease progression? I wish to normalize. So if you observe these wounds, even if you had one, at any time you feel like you need to get relief from this wound, one, you observe that it's leaking. What is leaking? It is a pus-like discharge. You look at it, you try to open this arm. What you see there, you may not wish to eat food. You may not wish to come near to this patient. This is a wound which has chased away most of his friends, even the relatives. Alongside one of the wives, he notes this is a person who comes along, just stays minutes, then he just goes away. But why? Because the wound is smelling. So he's ever asking, is there any possible medication that can take away or can heal this wound? Because he's so much worried. So what needs were identified from the patient? This patient needed the company from the family members and friends. As I noted, the concern of the wound, that it had chased away many of the friends and the family members. Because you may ask yourself, why of all the family members did he decide from town to come and settle with the younger sister in the village? Because others had neglected him, they didn't accept him. So it was only one person, the young sister, who accepted. Others are rarely coming to visit him. The friends with whom he used to work with neglected him. They no longer care. So he feels that that company should be restored. Then further, he notes a need to gain back his original state of functionability, physically and physiologically. So with this functional bit, as we noted that self-care abilities are now down. It totally depends on the caregivers. Either to use the toilets, to bathe, he cannot, he can no longer bathe himself. Neither can he walk. So you note that at least he wishes that at least let me gain back my physical abilities, my physiological abilities. Because everything is now no longer, it's abnormal, everything going on is abnormal. So there is also a need to strengthen his relationship with the children. We noted that one of the wives, the later wives, had run away with his two children. Why? She noted that there was no longer money to support them, and he saw that the husband's illness was getting worse. There was no hope for a future. So she just decided to move away. But this is our patient who notes that at least these children should also come along and bond with him. Is worried that what if anything can happen anytime when I've not seen these children again. Do they really know me? Even at one point was like, are they really my children? If the wife walked away with them and has never brought them back here, what exactly is going on? So we also identified another need, the need to plan for the future in relation to hope versus mortality. So you observe the patient was still in denial for the denial in the diagnosis. So such a patient who has denial, you find that most of the times the care might be minimum because they may not know the ongoing symptoms because you're not sure of the illness that is going on. So we need to help him plan for the future in relation to hope versus mortality, because mortality, that is a sure deal for everyone as long as you're human, but there are some things which catalyze it, such as illnesses. So we need to talk to him and see how prepared is he, how prepared are these people, are the relatives is living with, how prepared are the children, how has he prepared them? Oh, so we look at the source of pleasure, meaning, source of pleasure or meaning currently. You observe in our pictures, I'll first take a little bit back. So our sources of pleasure, you observe at the right-hand side of our patient, there is a radio. This is a patient who usually enjoys the soft music, and it's always that radio usually moves with it. Can't do without it. So that is one of his sources of pleasure. So to look at the patient finds pleasure in being talked to and always dislikes being alone. In our earlier session, we identified this is a patient who was social during her childhood, and possibly this has moved on with him. So during this time of sickness, he feels that people shouldn't isolate him. It wasn't his wish to get sick to this extent, and it's not his wish that he's smelling from the axilla. It is not his wish that this wound has got worse to that extent. He notes that he has done everything. So the patient also finds pleasure having prayer with the family members. The family members, you identified them. As you saw them in the video, it was played earlier. We noted a woman there, that is the young sister, who is the main caregiver, and also you noted the gentleman who came in afterwards. So this low music on radio, as I mentioned earlier, and evident in the pictures above. So this patient also finds pleasure being moved out of the house under the tree shades. So you observe out where we did the interview from, it was outside there are trees there. So he finds that natural environment helps to calm him down, helps him to forget about the pain, it helps him to forget about the sickness, the ongoing sickness. So these are things which he finds pleasure in. However, this moving out, you find that the caretakers have always noted finding difficult lifting him in and out. So there is a challenge in between there, but he consistently mentions that I enjoy being outside under the tree shades. So in our interview and from our video we watched, I think it is evident that our points to focus on were on providing the patient and the caregiver with information about the current signs and symptoms alongside specifics for worsening illness. We see that the patient was still in denial about the diagnosis, despite that the lymph node biopsy was positive and he had been told to do further investigations. because he never did further investigation, possibly there was something which would have been done earlier, and has been trying other different modalities, treatment modalities, local, trying here and there, but nothing yielded right. So we needed to explain to this patient about the ongoing signs and symptoms, and that anything, the illness could worsen. So for him to be aware, so that he can mentalize with his with the sickness and cope up with the changes ongoing, so that he cannot blame anyone, and also explaining this to the caregivers so that they can also move along with him, so they can provide the best to him. Then also in our points of focus, we had to link this patient for treatment of the reversible symptoms alongside the palliation of the non-reversible symptoms. If you watch the video clearly, there are some symptoms which were mentioned that are reversible. For example, there are some new eruptions of some ulcers in the back. Those ones can be reversed, but there are some which are non-reversible. Those are all evident. So you had to link for treatment and available resources, as we shall see as we move on. Then also, as we link this patient for reversible symptoms treatment and palliation, we have to also elaborate on the goals of the management plan. Because if we don't elaborate, this is a patient who has hope that tomorrow we will walk again, tomorrow we will return to his business. So if we don't elaborate, that means we are doing nothing, mate. If we think that we are fake, we did nothing much. So explaining to him to know the goals. Actually, at the start of the video, we ask him, what do you know the aims of the ongoing treatment? Furthermore, points of focus. We looked at providing family therapy and counseling to navigate the challenges within the family unit in relation to relieve the stress from both the caretakers and children. We realized that providing this family therapy, we are trying to bring these other family members together to explain to them the symptoms, ongoing symptoms, their relations with this patient, so that they can also come in and provide help. Here, in that, it helps to reduce that relief, the care burden on this one young sister who is always providing the care all by herself, and also these children. So that anxiety, if we cancel that anxiety for the children, not to think that their dad is soon dying, at least is relieved. So we gave calm to this patient, we gave the therapy, and as we observe on the screen, what were the impacts of calm versus our points of focus. The patient was helped in mentalizing of the diagnosis. So this is a patient whom you can find out and tells you that surely I'm suffering of this, and this is what I expect. This has helped him to cope up with this, with the diagnosis, because we explained to him the symptoms and the prognosis. So he has totally coped up. Then also the impact of calm. This discussion concerning the illness was successfully done with some of the children, elaborating the possible outcomes. This gentleman had 6 children, 2 left with the later wife, and 4 were a bit old. So at least we brought them on board, and also that wife, the first wife, we brought them on board. And also that gentleman he observed in the background was a friend, was a close friend in town. Also managed, because that's the patient for any person, crucial person we could call. We called him and he accepted to be around, and currently is around working along with the sister in providing care, and this has helped to reduce the care burden for sure. As I mentioned in the next point, that new caregivers came on board, which reduced the care burden for the sister. Otherwise, alongside this sister was surely also depressed to the extent that it's more than the patient. And the patient was linked to the palliative care services under St. Francis Naggalama Hospital for symptom management, as I mentioned earlier. that one of our major points of focus, we had to link for treatment of reversible symptoms alongside palliation. So this was implemented through linking the patient to palliative care services under St. Francis, which are still ongoing. Actually, the patient was noted to have relieved of death anxieties. If you watch the whole video, we looked at the patient's thought about mortality. This is a patient who feared death, but our discussions, he no longer fears death, is ready awaiting it and has no issues with it because he has a belief that he has done almost everything and nothing to expect much. Thank you for listening. That is our presentation, unless there is a question.
Thank you very much, John Bosco. That was terrific as well. And I think we've seen in these two presentations something very powerful that happens to the patient in terms of benefit. And we've seen how they've addressed, these four domains of calm. The first about questions about healthcare and the treatment. The second, patients were talking about feelings of social isolation, feeling alone, feeling not known. The question of repairing, renegotiating family relationships. The third domain to do with the loss of hope, the loss of meaning, and be able to find pleasure in their life. And the third and fourth domains around making peace with God and with Allah, repenting, feelings of guilt, and preparing for the future. So I think none of these domains are new to any of the people here, but I do think it's provided a framework for the conversations that therapists like John and John Bosco have been having with their patients. And now I'd like to open it up for any questions or comments that people might have, or any thoughts they have about the application to their area. Actually, I see Jean Callahan from the Irish Hospice Foundation. I don't know if she has any comments about, from the perspective of the Irish Hospice Association, who supported this work. You're muted though, Jean. Can we unmute Jean? Or Jaden, can you help? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Jean. Yes.
All I can say is how delighted I am to hear how impactful this work has been. It was a decision to invest in international aid, which we wanted to do because we are an Irish-based organisation. But I am just overwhelmed with how impactful the work has been. So my thanks to the people who presented it and to APCA for all the work, and Gary, to you for all you've done in relation to it. Absolutely super. And I'm hoping these case studies will help to a spread across Africa of calm.
Thank you so much, Jean. And, we've depended a lot on the leadership of Eve Namasango in Kampala to make this happen. If Eve is there, I don't know if you have any comments, Eve, about it from the perspective of Uganda.
Thank you, Gary. To me, this is very exciting. We all know how labor-intensive caring for people with advanced disease is. And at times we feel we don't have the skills to even deliver what we call person-centered care. And using this expressive therapy and the fact that it is phased and it puts the patient and family in the central position, they lead the conversation, they have their answers, their questions answered, and then we walk through all aspects that are causing distress. I think this is a model that we should be moving forward with in Africa to help us meet the needs of these patients with complex symptoms and concerns.
Thank you, Eve. There's a question about calm training, and Usually it involves participation in a workshop, which occurs over usually 2 days, or that we've been doing online, in person when we can, but more often these days online. And then involves supervision of cases over the course of a year, as we've done with John Lulu and John Bosco. And what we're hoping, of course, is that we can then create people who become experts. And this is what's happened in different parts of the world. We've trained people who can not only provide calm, but also train other people so that we have local sustainability. Lamak Themeza from Malawi asked, how is it different from holistic care? Well, I think it's certainly part of holistic care. And I think many people are having conversations with patients, meaningful conversations. But I think CALM provides a framework and a guideline for the content and the process. And many people we know in palliative care and in oncology and in medicine say that they're having these conversations with patients, but they've had no training and they have no framework or no guidelines. So just as when we take a history or a physical, we flexibly modify it, but we have a framework when we walk into a room with the patient to take a history or a physical. CALM gives us a framework for psychological care. We do this in every other aspect of palliative care. When we treat pain, we have a framework and guidelines for how to treat pain, and CALM does this for psychological care.
Dr. Nahla Jaffa, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eve, for inviting me to this two wonderful presentations. Very nice. And as you said, Dr. Gary, that having the framework is very useful. And listening to these two speakers, it becomes very straightforward, very easy, very applicable.
Yes.
We have just finished the training for 47 health professionals in the Eastern Mediterranean region. So I'm working at the WHO office here in Cairo, and Eve has joined in one of the sessions. And I think going on into our mentorship period, maybe we can have, you said it's 2 sessions for the call, and the supervision period for the practice is how long do you expect it to be?
For the supervision, it's usually over the course of a year, but meeting
1
every
year. Okay.
twice a month over the course of a year, something like that.
Good.
We have done some CALM training in the Middle East before, including in Jordan and also in Kuwait and Qatar as well.
Great. Good. So I will send. I got your email. I will send you an email.
Please do. We'd
yes.
love to do that with your group in Cairo or in Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Professor Musisi, please unmute.
Unmute. Okay.
You're muted now.
How is that?
Good. Now we can hear you.
Okay. To us in Africa, these presentations are wonderful. The biggest problem we usually have is how do we increase awareness of these problems in general healthcare providers, but also in the community. What was very glaring for these 2 cases that were shown is that the patients did not know what to do or how to go about getting care. And before CALM came in, the other health workers were not addressing the issues to these patients. So to me, that opens up that question: how do we increase awareness and how do we scale up?
Well,
how do we get, for example, Ministry of Health buy-in so that these things can become part and parcel of ongoing care for patients? Cancer rates are going up, and other mental diseases.
I think patients and families know that distress is common, that they're suffering in these ways. But I agree with you, they haven't known where or how to get help. So I think the answer is partly us empowering patients and families so their voices are heard. Partly it's the leadership of everyone, including people here, people like Nala and in Cairo, and like yourself, it's people here speaking more loudly. I think sometimes we don't speak loudly enough about the importance of psychosocial care, and trying to have as much influence as we can over the people who control resources so that more resources can be allocated to mental health and to psychosocial care. As far as scaling up, I think the strategy, which is similar in general palliative care, is we want to train a whole range of healthcare providers, people who are already existing or having conversations, but haven't been trained in psychological care. Nurses being an example, doctors, most palliative care doctors have not had training in psychological care. So we want to train people who are already on the ground, who are talking with patients, but who haven't had this kind of training, and train them and empower them and support them to train other people. I think that's the strategy for scaling up.
Maybe I can add something. Prof, to answer the question, we had a second work stream which involved community awareness. We had people with lived experience doing community awareness in communities. And then we are working closely with our commissioner for palliative care. And he visited these sites and he's been keen to know more about this. And we invited some people from the tertiary care facilities, like the Uganda Cancer Institute. Harriet Kebirungi has attended a session on end-of-life care. And I appreciate that the need is huge, the lack of awareness is massive, and we need to work harder as a team and even go to academic institutions.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Walter from Ghana, your hand was up. Please unmute.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. Yes, my hand was up. I wanted to find out the full name of the acronym CALM and what you guys do. And then also, if it is a community-based organization that is helping the elderly in the community. So I wanted some information about CALM, further and better information about it. And then also to add to some of the presentations that came, it was marvelous and very insightful. But what I did not hear was that it looks as if most of the presentations that we had were more or less the rural and then part of the urban centers. I don't know whether the peri-urban centers and the urban centers were, studied or touched. If you look at the pictures that were shown and some of the responses that came, it looks as if it was purely a rural community staff. How true is this, the assertion? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I totally understand, but I would say the name COMP stands for it's an acronym, stands for Managing Cancer and Living Meaningfully. And that phrase, the Managing Cancer and Living Meaningfully, speaks to what was referred to in the presentations as the whole range from practical to profound problems. So how do you manage your cancer? How do you manage your disease? How do you talk to your healthcare providers? But also, how do you make peace with God? How do you find meaning in life? How do you maintain hope? So it's the whole range of all of those things. And the community providers are extremely important. We're hoping, someone said about from the time of diagnosis, and we think the earlier CALM can be started, and I would say this is about early palliative care in general. The earlier it can be started, the better. If we can form a relationship with the patient before they get too ill, I think we can be much more helpful. And, as Jean Callahan from the Irish Hospice Association said, it's not just an issue in Africa. No, absolutely not. It's an issue everywhere in the world, including in my own center. I can say this to you, I've been in many parts of the world now delivering CALM. Nowhere in the world is psychological care adequate. It's not adequate resource anywhere in the world. And, in high resource settings, there's so much emphasis on biomedicine and technology and volumes that these issues are not addressed. So it's not at all unique to Africa. And Africa is just one of the many continents and countries we're now involved. We've now disseminated in more than 20 countries. So today we're presenting about Africa, but the point we want to make is these issues are actually universal. So Nala, I don't expect they'll be different in Egypt. They're not different in Canada. When we deliver CALM, it's delivered by people in those countries. So it's delivered in the way of speaking and the language and the cultural idiom of that setting, but the fundamental issues are the same, across the world, actually. We all have more similarities than differences in different parts of the world, especially in the context of advanced disease. And even in countries where patients don't want to talk about these things, we actually find that's not the case. That when you ask open-ended questions, people respond very openly and are relieved to be able to talk about these things.
And I will respond to the last question. Yes, this CAM was piloted in rural settings in Uganda because these were small pilot projects. We wanted to see how they work. We wanted to develop the model. And now we are disseminating results as much as we can and encouraging tertiary care facilities and other hospices to embrace this. And if we get funding, we can scale it up even to bigger institutions like, say, the Cancer Institute or the Heart Institute.
Thank you, Eve. Someone asked about different cultural contexts in Canada, or different culture other than Canada. Yes, well, we've been delivering CALM. We train people in Mexico and Chile and in Beijing and more broad in Shanghai and Japan, many parts of the world, high and low resource settings in Asia and Africa and Europe and North and South America. We're now beginning. We've had some funding. We're now in the middle of implementing a national program in CALM. So we're trying to implement CALM in different cultural contexts, even in Canada, where we have a very large country, different cultural groups, particularly the Indigenous population we're hoping to reach, which are some important minority group in Canada. So we maybe have time for one last question if there's one more.
Yes, Naggalama Hospital, please.
Hello, everyone. Hope I'm being heard loudly and clear. Yes? This is Prosi, part of the presenting team. I just wanted to add on what Dr. Eva said about the piloting of this project. As she asked why she didn't see the urban and semi-urban, in rural settings or in rural areas in Africa, poverty is the leading issue. So you find that in urban, most of the patients have few questions to be answered because most of them are self-sustaining. However, in rural, patients really have so many questions around them. So I think it was really best for the rural. Thank you.
Thank you, Prosi. And also 90% of our people live in rural settings. We have the Commissioner, Dr. Moses Muwanga. Please unmute and make your remarks. Dr. Moses Muwanga, your hand was up. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Eve. Let me hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, it was quite a nice experience. I went and witnessed what the team did, and I think it was something which we need to do more. I'm planning to do it in the urban setting of Uganda, especially in our Cancer Institute in Kampala, because the experience, the quality of end of life is something which a lot has to be desired and looked at. Many of our health workers, the patients and the families, when I interacted with a few people who went through the training of the CAM therapy, especially the family which lost their beloved ones, I think in that period of bereavement, their experience was quite much. That the teaching which they went through, I think gave them a lot of appreciating life and understanding life. I remember many of those people say that teaching helped them to change their behavior, even to change their neighborhood. The health workers also, in many cases, they only think of pain and symptom management. And once that fails, they always think of sending the patient home without giving a lot of that psychological, spiritual, and economic counseling and helping, assisting. So I think this is something we need to look at. How do we help to empower our health workers, especially that there is something more which can be done, updating the patient, making them appreciate what they go through than thinking about only the pain management. I think it's something which is quite exciting. And I remember I encouraged the team that we need to scale up this therapy and see how it can be helped in our people. Otherwise, it is something which is quite exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moses.
Commissioner, Palliative Care, Ministry of Health, Uganda. Back to you, Gary.
Thank you. Moses, thank you for those comments. And, we know that in palliative care at the present, although palliative care is intended to be very holistic, we know that in modern times, it's focused much more on physical care, relief of pain and physical symptoms, which is extremely important. We're trying to make sure that it pays equal attention to psychological care, which is, of course, the vision of the founders of modern palliative care. Cicely Saunders and the modern founders of palliative care spoke about the quality of life and the psychosocial well-being of the individual as much as the physical. So we're trying to fix that balance. I really appreciate the presentations today and also the comments. I think, Eve, we're going to take, am I right, a 15-minute break right now? And ask everyone to return in 15 minutes, and we'll begin on the next section, which will have to do with the quality of dying and death and research in that subject. I agree about affluent people that the thing about advanced cancer is that we're all in the same boat. All of us in the world, and rich and poor, have very similar issues to face. So this brings us all together. Thank you all. We'll see you in 15 minutes. I'm not sure who's our timekeeper, but are we ready to start? Or is it 15 minutes?
Yes, I think we're at the 15-minute mark.
All right, perfect. We'll go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Jared Lowe. I'm a palliative care and hospice physician at the University of North Carolina, and I'm also part of the study team investigating the Quality of Dying and Death Global Revised Version Questionnaire. Thank you for joining today for this session on the quality of dying and death research and international implementation. In the session today, over the next hour and a half, we'll be discussing perspectives on death and dying in Africa, associated international research and validation of measures in Africa, and share findings from North America and Malawi. We'll start the session with several presenters, and then we'll have a discussion about how to apply the QODD, RGV in other African countries. Some of our speakers today, our first speaker today will be Dr. Eve Namasango. I believe she was fully introduced in a previous session, but I'll just repeat that she's joining us today from the African Palliative Care Association to give an overview on death and dying from the African perspective. Our second speaker will be Dr. Gary Roden. He'll be rejoining us to give an overview of current research to introduce the QOD tool and its significance. And then after him will be Dr. Alyssa Tilley, who's an assistant professor in the departments of medicine and pediatrics at the University of North Carolina School of Medicine. She's board certified in hospice and palliative medicine, internal medicine, and pediatrics, and she's part of both the inpatient adult palliative care and children's supportive care teams, as well as currently serving as the program director for the Hospice and Palliative Medicine Fellowship and the division lead for palliative care at the UNC Project Malawi Cancer Program. Her interests include mentorship and advising, along with advancing global palliative medicine through research and education. And her research work is primarily centered on global oncology palliative care for patients of all ages. After her, our third speaker will be Mrs. Mary Gomes. She's a clinical research analyst within the Department of Supportive Care at the Princess Margaret Cancer Center. She recently completed her Master's of Science at the Institute of Medical Science at the University of Toronto under the supervision of Dr. Gary Roden, and her ongoing work will involve the validation of the Quality of Death and Dying Revised Global Version Questionnaire, the QODD-RGV. This is a novel tool measuring the quality of dying and death using proxy ratings from bereaved caregivers. She's previously worked on analyzing data collected in Uganda and Kenya from the predecessor QODD questionnaire. And then with her speaking will be our fourth speaker, Mrs. Maria Chikasima, who's a senior research nurse, oncology team leader, and palliative care specialist with 29 years of clinical experience. She holds a bachelor's in science and palliative care from Makerere University and leads efforts to integrate palliative care at Malawi's National Cancer Center while training multidisciplinary teams. She's served 22 years as a research nurse, contributing to several pivotal studies, and she's a certified oncology nurse for 11 years, leading multiple trials on cancers prevalent in Malawi, such as lymphoma, breast, and esophageal cancers. Her professional training includes programs with Canada's Cross Cancer Institute and the D'Souza Institute, and she's dedicated to advancing oncology and palliative care research through innovative research, improving patient outcomes, and presenting findings at international platforms such as AOR-TIC, the African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer. We have a great panel of speakers today, and at that, I will go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Eve Namasango to speak to us.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. And I'm going to use narrative storytelling of everything I have learned from the bedsides of patients. And I acknowledge and thank all the patients and bereaved caregivers who have shared these interesting stories with me. And the question is, what is a good death? And I started this inquiry in the very early years of my career. And we say that a good death matters, and we are yet to hear why it matters. And like I said, my presentation is based on story narratives from patients with advanced disease and their caregivers. And for all situations, we received the relevant ethical approvals to conduct the studies. So this is one of the studies I was involved in, led by Professor Gary Roden, and I spent some time speaking to bereaved caregivers about the death and dying experiences of their loved ones. And what I learned is that a good death did improve grief and bereavement outcomes of the loved ones that the person who transitioned to the next world left behind. And why a good death matters. First of all, it reaffirms human dignity, and all of us have an existential calling to ensure that people have human dignity even when they are in these vulnerable states of end of life. And bad deaths negatively affect the mental health and well-being of even our own healthcare providers. I have seen healthcare providers break down into tears after a patient has died. And if the death was bad, it really hits them hard. And then it also stimulates terrible anxiety in the patients they are leaving behind. They worry so much that even their own experience is going to be as horrible as the friend who has just passed on. So it is important that we invest in quality when it comes to death and dying. And a lot of work has been done on this and published. So whatever you're going to hear is evidence-based. I'm going to share some interesting stories from the patients and caregivers I have worked with to tell you and show you what it is like to be at this phase and what would matter to you. And this is a mother who told me, I asked her, you said he cried. This is his son crying when he hugged her. What did this mean to her? And she said, I think he was sad that he was dying, but he could no longer talk, and I could not ask him. I could not ask him to tell, he could not ask him to tell him about his own suffering by word of mouth. And you can see that anxiety and sadness does happen at this stage of life, and it contributes to a poor quality of death. So if we can address anxiety and distress, our people will go happy. And then the pain of loss and separation. When the loved ones of these patients came and spent some days with the patient, the mother said that when they spent the night around, the son was somehow happy. So when our loved ones are close to us in those difficult moments, everybody, the patient and the caregiver, is happy. And therefore, addressing loss and separation and showing love and compassion does improve the quality of death and dying. And the issue of forgiveness. This is a story from a mother. And she says, well, he had friends. He was just concerned about the friends. I remember he told the pastor, Mom has refused to pardon me for what went wrong between us. Mommy, why don't you forgive me? This was a boy who was at the end of life, and he wanted forgiveness so that he reconciles and goes when he is at peace with the mother. So forgiveness matters. And if there is room to make this happen, to mend the damaged relationships, I think people will go in peace, and those they leave behind will be happy. And this is another excerpt still emphasizing the need to forgive, to be forgiven. This boy still insisted, Mommy, forgive me. I have really disturbed you so much. Thank you for taking good care of me. So the mother knew that the son was dying. Being able to say thank you and being able to hear it from the people who matter to you, that they have forgiven you. So let's make reconciliation an important aspect in the last days of life. And we just had a story of the person who wanted to be at peace with his God, to have his soul cleansed, and to confirm that God is hearing his prayers, even if he can no longer do the ablution. Sometimes when you're in these clinical settings, some people deny you the opportunity, say, to have a conversation with your spiritual care provider, be it a traditionalist, be it a priest, an imam, or your pastor, and we can see how damaging this can be. And it will be forever that you went without reconciling, and even the people you leave behind will not be contented. They will always wish there was an opportunity to reconcile and go when they are at peace with God. And then people are afraid of the death itself, and then the separation. And if we can provide the care, the support, and asking them really what they are worried about, they will go in peace. And people rate that quality of death and dying as good. Like this mother was happy about the quality of death and dying of his son, because he said in the end days, his son was okay. He was not afraid of the separation and of the death. And if you listen to the conversation, it has come from far, from the point of forgiving, from the point of thanking, from the point of having friends come around to say hello and goodbye, and then we can see the end result. And then the issue of meaning and purpose. This patient said that they did not want to live a beggar's life. And if their caregiver is to die before them, they would rather not live at all. So people give up if they cannot find meaning, if they feel that they cannot have their previous functionality or things that gave them meaning, for example, being able to work, to play, to look after their families or look after their children. They need to be supported, to know that they are not beggars, but they are people who are still worthwhile, and they are worth our love, help, and support. We can avoid this despair, which has pushed some people into even demanding for euthanasia. And then we asked people about dying experiences. And one of them who gave a score of 10, was the highest possible. They said the person was able to bid farewell to his friends and to their caregivers. And he was able to give the caregiver. So we can see the things that people value when it comes to end of life. And from those few excerpts, the lived stories, and some of this work is published, we can see that people said a good death is when you have lived long enough. It is very sad for a family to have a child die because they have not lived long enough. And then a death is good if it is pain-free, if they have had an opportunity to reconcile with significant others, to reconcile with the higher power. And then if the death is not associated with prolonged suffering, there is no struggling at the end, there is no anxiety, people have had a chance to say farewell. And if the death occurs in a place that gives them comfort, peace, and love, and they have the assurance that their loved ones will be well even after they have gone. And it's critical when children are involved, or when somebody has a spouse, or you're leaving behind your vulnerable parents. It's important to have assurance that they will be well. And to others, they really want to be remembered. So legacy is an important aspect of end-of-life care. So because they said that having lived enough contributes to what we call a good death, Culturally, most people see the death of a child as a curse. Sometimes they want to associate it with witchcraft because they feel a child should not die because they are young. And then they feel that siblings need to be protected from this wrath or curse, and they need to be cleansed after the burial so that this curse can never come back to the family. So when we are having conversations around end of life, around grief and bereavement, in families, especially where children are involved, let's not forget some of these issues. So a quality death is a right for everyone, and let us go forward to support our loved ones and our families, and this contributes to better health and sustainable development. I want to thank you for your kind attention, and I acknowledge all the partners involved in this area work.
Thank you so much sharing those stories that really motivate so much of the work that is done. Dr. Roden, I'd like to invite you to speak about your perspective on current research.
Thanks very much, Jared. Thanks very much, Eve, for presenting very fascinating and important data, which I think illustrates, both what is unique and what is common about quality of dying and death in Africa, common to cultures all over the world. We began, just to back up a step, we began more than a decade ago with interest in the quality of dying and death and the experience of the final stage of life across cultures. We began in Canada, extended to the United States, and then Africa, and looking at other parts of the world. Next slide. And I guess if we think about what we've been talking about this morning, I think CALM has really to do with also all of these three stages, beginning with the trauma of diagnosis and recurrence, and how to live with advanced disease and how to face the end of life. And I think what we're going to talk about now is what actually happens at the end of life. What is the nature of that experience? Next slide. When we began, we started looking at what was available in terms of cross-cultural data. And there's been quite a lot of documentation of palliative care needs, of access to palliative care, development of palliative care, access to morphine, all of which has been very valuable data and tells us a lot, but none of it is really from the perspective of the patient. These are objective kinds of data, but none of it really captured the experience of patients. And the quality of dying and death, by its nature and by its very definition, has to do with the subjective experience of the patient at the end of life. We are sometimes, in most of our research, we're one step removed from that because we're asking a proxy, usually the family caregiver, to rate the experience of the patient, to put themselves in the shoes of their close other and rate the quality of their experience near the end of life. And this is different from almost all the data that's available in the world about end of life. Next slide. We started by saying, well, how different is it going to be across the world in what people think is important about dying and death, about the quality of dying and death? And Eve told us about some of the cultural nuances, but if we think about the domains and the themes, that what seems to be common across cultures for people is to what extent they have attention to their physical suffering, to their psychological suffering, to their social connection, to their spiritual, existential well-being, to the nature and quality of their healthcare, to how they've been able to prepare. Did death come without preparation or with? And did they die in the place of their choosing? We'd all like to ask patients about this, but in practice does require it to be rated retrospectively by proxies. Next slide. And so when we said, well, how will we measure this? Well, the most commonly used measure was this quality of dying death questionnaire. It was developed in the United States by Curtis and others. It is a proxy measure, and it has 31 items covering those domains that you see listed there. But the items are rated both in terms of how often did this occur and how would they rate this, which meant that there's 62 ratings. So it's actually quite a cumbersome measure. It's very time consuming. And we've also found it was very problematic when we started administering it more systematically, particularly in Africa, where many of the items were not relevant in Africa. In fact, the QDD had never been validated in a low resource setting or in diverse cultural contexts. But this was the measure that we began our work with. Next slide. So as I said, we started in Toronto and Ontario, Canada, at the Kensington Hospice particularly, and we studied a huge number of patients, and then we extended our research in the next phases to Kenya and Uganda with the Moapo Health Development Group, Faith Mwangi Powell, Richard Powell in Kenya, and with Eve and Emmanuel and others with the African Palliative Care Association in Uganda. You can see the sample sizes there and the times of collection. Next slide. So this just shows the sites of data collection in East Africa, Kenya and Uganda. And next slide. And so this is what we found. And these are scores in Canada and East Africa. And these are the mean scores, and you can see 0 is a rating of, terrible, and the rating of 100 or the highest is, the best it could be. And the mean scores were often in the mid-range or higher. We have more access to palliative care in Canada than there is in Uganda. And I think the area, next slide, our next advance. You can see the area that's most concerning, particularly in East Africa, is symptom control. That I think this has a lot to do with access to palliative care. But I don't think we should take too much reassurance from this. Next slide. Because there's an overall item that asks people to rate by a proxy their overall quality of death as terrible to poor. And although we did somewhat better in Canada still, more than a third of the patients said the quality of dying death was terrible to poor. And in East Africa, more than 50%. So we don't know to what extent we can get this down to 0, but we think that we can do much better, we think, in terms of the overall quality of dying and death, so that it shouldn't be a third or half of the patients report their experience as terrible to poor. Next slide. So as I mentioned, when we started to look at the data, especially in Africa, we found there are many limitations to the measure. The scale is complex, it's burdensome to complete. Many of the items are not culturally relevant, and therefore there's a high missing item response rate. Patients are simply not answering many questions because they're not relevant. I mentioned that all of the validation studies, the QDD or its versions, were conducted in high resource settings. And so we came to believe that there needed to be a version of the QDD or some such measure that had cross-cultural generalizability, that would be less burdensome, and that would be of value for research and clinical care across high and lower resource settings, and that we'd be able to compare across settings about the quality of dying death, and also use this as an outcome by which we might measure the effectiveness of in clinical trials of palliative care interventions. Next slide. So that took us to our revisions, and I think we're going to hear from Maria about the steps we've taken to revise and assess the revised global version that we've created of the Quality of Dying Death Questionnaire. So over to you.
And actually, I think we need one more advance on the slide, Jaden. But yes, so our team in Malawi, we were lucky enough to see Dr. Roden present on the quality of dying and death work that had been done in Kenya and Uganda at the African Oncology Research and Training and Cancer meeting several years ago in Mozambique. And as you heard from our introductions, Maria and I have been interested in helping to grow the body of palliative care research within the really robust oncology research that goes on through UNC Project Malawi, which is a partnership between the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and the United States, and then also the Malawi Ministry of Health, centered around Kamuzu Central Hospital, a teaching hospital in Lilongwe, our capital city in Malawi. Go ahead to next slide, please, Jaden. So as we've heard from both Dr. Namisango and Dr. Roden, you know, the concept of what makes a good death and overall quality of death is quite nuanced and complicated. And the QODD, while the most widely used questionnaire and sort of the best considered to assess what the patient experience is at end of life, had several issues that did not work out so well when it was tried outside of what would be considered like a Western cultural context in which the original measure was developed. There were issues with it being too long, too complex, and then of course, as noted, the lack of cultural applicability. And so we all came together to help revise the existing quality of dying and death questionnaire to create what we have dubbed the revised global version. Next slide, please, Jaden. And so how did this revision process take place? We convened a team with extensive clinical and research experience in palliative and end-of-life care. And this team had multiple different backgrounds. So it included physicians, nurses, clinical officers, researchers, and public health experts, and along with palliative care advocates, and had a diverse wealth of background and experience in terms of the countries and settings in which the people that were on our team were used to practicing and had sort of different perspectives to offer and bring. So you can see a quick list there. We had support from African Palliative Care Association, representation for Hospice Africa Uganda. In Malawi, we had representation from our UNC Project Malawi Cancer Team, as well as Indi Moyo, a nonprofit hospice in our area, and our Palliative Care Association of Malawi. We had the broader QODD team from Canada, a representation from United States and United Kingdom who have been collaborating with GPEC on this as well. Next slide, please. And so the whole intention of revising this measure was to improve the ease of completion for the participants who are going through the outcome measure and to enhance its universality, right? So that we could have something that could be applied in multiple different settings. So this team, as I mentioned, that was convened, each individually reviewed the original quality of dying and death questionnaire and either had suggested revisions that they wanted to make or eliminating particular items that, you know, we knew from our previous work and in different settings that had very high non-response rates. So questions that just did not seem to be relevant, that many people skipped because it was not applicable in the particular setting in which the questionnaire was being used. The items that were revised included rewording the terms, rewording the questions so that they would be more generalizable across many different settings. I think, you know, one example that springs to mind is that there had been questions kind of centered on pets, which are usually much more of kind of a Western concept and the importance in people's daily lives and what they might bring to the end-of-life experience. And a lot of other cultural contexts, that question was often skipped and found not to be important. So important to kind of take out these items and have a questionnaire that was more broadly generalizable. Then we also added in some new items to reflect more broadly the relevant aspects of the quality of dying and death. And then finally, we also formatted the scale items differently. So we wanted to reduce the length, not having it be quite as long, and then also the complexity of the scale so that it was more straightforward and felt easier for participants to complete. Next slide, please. So in terms of the modification of the individual content items, we changed this sort of question frame to be the extent of the item rather than the quality of the experience. So for example, we changed the question stems to be, to what extent did so-and-so suffer from pain? And we also changed the corresponding rating scale to be not from 1, not at all, so to what extent, up to 5 extremely, and then also included options of don't know or no response. The only single item rating of the overall dying and death experience that retained its original format and the 11-point quality scale was how would you rate the overall experience of dying and death in the last 7 days? And that was on a 0, terrible scale up to 10, almost perfect. So again, some big changes that took place as part of this revision process. Next slide, please. So This took place iteratively across several months, with all the different team members kind of looking individually, coming together in smaller groups, and then convening in a larger group, and discussing again and again until consensus was reached on the creation of the new revised global version of the Quality of Dying and Death questionnaire. Next slide. The description of this revision process, and then also our protocol, which you will hear more about in terms of the validation. So Ms. Mary Gooms is going to speak about our validation study of this measure in both Canada and the United States. And then Ms. Maria Chikasima and I will share more about the process of the early beginning stage of validation of this questionnaire in Malawi. But our protocol is written up and is published in BMJ Open if people are interested to see more semantics and particulars of this process. Next slide. So this is what the new revised global version of the QODD looks like. So you can see sort of the question stems: to what extent did the patient suffer from pain? To what extent did the patient experience difficulties with eating or drinking? To what extent did the patient have discomfort associated with bladder or bowels? To what extent did the patient have difficulties with breathing? And again, as I mentioned, the change of that scale to be 1, not at all, up to 5 extremely, and including don't know and no response notes. Next slide, please. You can see those initial questions were centered sort of around the physical symptom experience of the dying and death timeline. These next questions have to do with sort of the psychological, psychosocial experience, right? To what extent were they at peace with dying? To what extent were they afraid of dying? To what extent were they sad or distressed? To what extent do they worry about being a burden on loved ones? Next slide, please. This, again, kind of helps to round out that we're hoping for, a very holistic experience, similar to what the original QODD was in terms of the different aspects of the dying experience, hoping to understand what kind of goes into making a good end-of-life experience. So talking about dignity and self-respect, feeling supported by family, but also friends and community, any concerns about the patient feeling lonely, and then also, do they feel supported by healthcare providers, right? So trying to look at all the different aspects of what goes into community, family, and healthcare support. Next slide, please. And then kind of this reflection, right? Like, were there any things kind of left unsaid? Were they satisfied with their life overall? Did they feel loved by those important to them? Did they worry about financial matters? Again, trying to touch at all these different points to get at this holistic view on what the end-of-life experience is like. Next slide, please. This then ventures into the, religious and personal beliefs, the importance of that. If people felt down by those particular religious or personal beliefs, did they feel at peace with relationships in their life? Did they receive the care at the end of life that they wanted? Were they satisfied with the location of their death? Did they have the people that they wanted at the end of life with them? Next slide, please. And then finally, to what extent the patient was comfortable in the final moments just before death. And then you can see that last question there that retained the original scale of the 0 to 10, what would be the overall rating, taking into consideration all the different components of the physical, the spiritual, the psychosocial, the community, the cultural, and to what the end-of-life experience was for the patient. Okay, next slide. So now I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Mary Gooms to discuss what the preliminary findings have been from looking at this measure and validation in our North American settings.
Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is Mary Gooms, and my section of this presentation is entitled The Validation of the Quality of Dying and Death Revised Global Version, QD-RGV, and the Preliminary North American Findings. Next slide, please. So before we can use the QD-RGV that was just described as a measure of the quality of dying and death, it must be shown to be valid. So the objective of our validation study, our quantitative validation study, is to evaluate the reliability and validity of the QD-RGV measure, with the hypotheses that the QD-RGV will have good internal consistency, that it will have good convergent validity with the Good Death Inventory, or GDI, and that it will have good concurrent validity with the Family Satisfaction with Advanced Cancer Care, or FAMCare measure. Next slide, please. So in order to conduct our research, we have a total study target sample size of 230 bereaved caregivers of recently deceased patients who passed away in hospice. So what happens in our study is first the patient is admitted to hospice, then at some time that patient will pass away, and then 4 to 6 months after that patient passes away, the caregiver will hopefully be recruited to the study. Then at that point, that caregiver will complete the GDI and the FAM care measure, as well as the QD RGV interview. Next slide, please. So we are also administering some validation measures. So we are administering the Good Death Inventory, or the GDI shortened version. So this measure is based on the Japanese concept of a good death and was originally created to address the palliative care needs of Japanese patients. It has been previously validated for use in Japan, Korea, China, Palestine, and Iran, and it contains 18 items, 10 core items, and 8 optional items, and it's being used in this study to assess the convergent validity of the QD-RGV. We are also administering the Family Satisfaction with Advanced Cancer Care, or FAM care measure, which is a measure of the family member's satisfaction with healthcare provider behaviors directed at the patient and themselves. And it was originally created to promote family satisfaction and minimize family stress. It also has previously been validated, and it's being used in this study to assess the concurrent validity of the QD-RGV measure. Next slide, please. So during our time conducting this study, we did make some changes to the measure. So in our first version of the QD-RGV, for patients who were not communicative in their last 7 days of life, the question stemmed before every question read. During the last 7 days, you were able to communicate with the patient, and the final overall item read, how would you rate the patient's overall experience of dying and death in the last 7 days they were able to communicate with you? This did produce some issues. So this produced an inconsistent rating period. So it was difficult for caregivers to rate these items when the patient was non-communicative for a long period before death. So what we did is we updated it. We had a new version. So now all caregivers answer the same version of the questions. So the question stem for everyone reads, during the last 7 days of the patient's life, and the final overall item for everyone now reads, how would you rate the patient's overall experience of dying and death in the last 7 days of life? We also added 2 screening questions, one that asks whether or not the patient was conscious, awake, and aware, and whether they were able to communicate with the patient. Next slide, please. So for our preliminary North American analyses, we looked at the caregiver and patient demographics. So we did a comparison between the Ontario and North Carolina samples to make sure that they were comparable and that we could combine them into one sample. We also looked at the descriptive statistics of the QD-RGV items. We did a reliability analysis. So we looked at the internal consistency using Chromax Alpha, and we also did item level validity analyses. So we looked at the Spearman's row correlations with the GDI total scores and the individual QD-RGV items to look at the convergent validity. And then we looked at the Spearman's row correlations with the FAM care total score between and the individual QD-RGV items to look at the concurrent validity of the QD-RGV measure. Next slide, please. So looking at our caregiver sample characteristics, our average age was around 60 years old. We had mostly women in our sample, and most of our caregivers were Caucasian. We did find a difference in education level between Ontario and North Carolina, where more caregivers in Ontario, attended college, university, or trade school, as opposed to in North Carolina, where more caregivers attended graduate or postgraduate education. Next slide, please. Now, continuing with the caregiver sample characteristics, we did find another difference between the Ontario and North Carolina sample, in which more caregivers in North Carolina were living alone as compared to in Ontario. I do want to point out that most of our caregivers in this sample were either the spouse or common law partner of the patient or the child of the patient. Next sample, please. Sorry, next slide, please. Now looking at the patient sample characteristics, we had a more even gender split, and most of our patients here were Caucasian. Again, we didn't really find a difference between the Ontario and North Carolina samples here. Next slide, please. So now looking at the descriptive statistics of the positively worded QD-RGV items. So these are the items where a higher score represents a better quality of dying and death, and a lower score represents a worse quality of dying and death. And all of these items here are rated on a 1 to 5 scale, where 1 is not at all, 2 is slightly, 3 is somewhat, 4 is moderately, and 5 is extremely. So here are the items that were rated the highest, representing the best quality of dying and death, were item 25. To what extent was the patient comfortable in the last moments just before death? Item 17. To what extent did the patient feel loved by those important to them? And item 11, to what extent did the patient feel supported by family? The items here that had the lowest score representing the worst quality of dying and death were item 16, to what extent did the patient feel satisfied with the life that they lived? Item 5, to what extent was the patient at peace with dying? And item 19, to what extent did the patient take comfort in religion, faith, or personal beliefs? I do want to point out that we did have a couple don't know responses, but very, very few no response responses. Next slide, please. Now looking at the descriptive statistics of the negatively worded items. So these are the items in which a lower score actually represents a better quality of dying and death, and a higher score actually represents a worse quality of dying and death. Again, these items are rated on a 1 to 5 scale. So now looking at the items with the lowest score representing the best quality of dying and death, and these were item 20, to what extent did the patient feel let down by religion, faith, or personal beliefs? Item 15, to what extent did the patient feel abandoned by those close to them? And item 18, to what extent did the patient worry about financial matters? The items here that had the highest score representing the worst quality of dying and death were item 2, to what extent did the patient experience difficulties with eating or drinking? Item 9, to what extent did the patient suffer from fatigue? And item 7, to what extent was the patient sad or distressed? Again, we did have a couple don't know responses, but very, very few no response responses. Next slide, please. So now looking at that overall quality of dying and death item, so it's rated a little bit differently than the other items. So instead of being rated on a 1 to 5 scale, it is rated on a 1 to 10 scale, where 1 is terrible and 10 is almost perfect. And then here on the left, we can see the version of this item that is no longer in use, which reads, how would you rate the patient's overall experience of dying and death during the last 7 days they were able to communicate with you? And here we found a mean of 7.15 out of a possible 10. Here on the right, we can see the version of this item that is currently in use, which reads, how would you rate the patient's overall experience of dying and death in the last 7 days of life? And we found a mean of 7.95 out of a possible 10. Next slide, please. In terms of reliability, we use Chromax Alpha to assess the internal consistency reliability of the QD-RGV. However, at the present time, our small sample size combined with small amounts of missing data meant that our analytic sample size was too small to validly determine the internal consistency reliability at this moment. Next slide, please. So overall, most people in residential hospice care experience a good overall quality of dying and death, according to our results, based on the proxy ratings provided by their family caregivers. So looking at our item level correlations, we found a correlation. We had a higher quality of dying and death was correlated to a better death as assessed by the GDI, and a lower quality of dying and death was correlated to a worse death as assessed by the GDI. We also found a higher quality of dying and death was correlated to better family satisfaction with care as assessed by the FamCare measure. So in conclusion, our preliminary data cannot definitively establish the reliability and validity of the QD-RGV, but our results currently are very promising. Next slide, please. So in terms of future directions, our main goal right now is to complete our validation study. So we're in the midst of that right now. And we want to reach our total of 230 participants. Once we reach the 230 participants, what we will do is we'll complete item inspection. So we'll look at the frequency of non-responses and floor or ceiling effects. We'll do a factor analysis. And based on the results of that factor analysis, we'll either look at the QD-RGV total score or subscale scores. We will complete our reliability analysis. We will look at our convergent and concurrent validity hypothesis testing, and we'll also complete analyzing our cognitive interviews. As previously mentioned, there's a validation study ongoing in Malawi, and there are currently plans to validate the QD-RGV in Uganda. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank all the caregivers who participated in this study, the staff at the participating hospices for helping facilitate recruitment, and members of our research team for supporting this research. So thank you all for listening.
Okay. So thank you so much, Mary, for talking about the work we've done so far in Canada and the United States. I want to talk briefly about the work that we have started to do in Malawi. So this is our study schema. We were able to obtain some grant funding support to work through the qualitative validation of the revised global version of the QODD in Malawi. And so, as you can see from our study schema, this involved going through the translation process into Chichewa, the most commonly spoken language in our setting, then followed by a consent process, a target enrollment of 25 bereaved caregivers, and then collection of both patient and caregiver demographic information, and then finally with the completion of the Quality of Dying and Death Revised Global Version cognitive interview. Next slide, please. So in order to undertake the translation process, we followed the guidelines set out by the World Health Organization, and it was done convening an expert panel of bilingual translators to help support us in getting this questionnaire from English to Chichewa. So first, they conducted a forward translation. The group then met and discussed the forward translation, any items of concern. An independent translator then went through a back translation process of the measure to English, and then we again convened to discuss the overall wording in sort of an iterative process to then result in, next slide please, the Chichewa version of the QODD RGV that you see listed here. Next slide please. We've now undertaken the next step in validity testing, which is to go through the qualitative assessment of the measure and have conducted a total of 25 cognitive interviews with the bereaved caregivers. And so the way that this cognitive interview takes place is that the measure is administered verbally. In our setting, our review board requested that we go to the homes of the bereaved caregivers to do so. And Ms. Maria Chikasima, who will speak next, is the research nurse who did the study collection for us to conduct these interviews. So as part of this process, took the revised global version of the questionnaire as we have discussed in Chichewa, read each item aloud and asked the caregiver to respond on that scale of 1 to 5 for each of the individual questions, and then asked them to verbalize their thought process about the item and why they responded in the way that they did. We had all of these interviews recorded, and then they were transcribed and translated for content analysis and undergoing themed review of that work now. Maria, as one of our main interviewers, also probed to seek a great understanding of the responses. And so trying to understand why or what was important about each of the individual items to the patient's overall experience of dying and death. Next slide, please. And so we have just completed all of the interviews. We have gone through the transcription and translation process and have begun our qualitative assessment of it. And so we do not have official results to report out as of yet, but I wanted to hand it over to Ms. Maria Chikasima so she can talk about the general lessons that she has taken away, being the one who has conducted these interviews with bereaved caregivers.
Thank you, Alyssa. Good afternoon, everyone. As already alluded by Dr. Alyssa, we enrolled 25 primary caregivers into QODD. And these primary caregivers were being enrolled from Malawi National Cancer Center. They were from those enrolled into palliative care. These primary caregivers were contacted 3 to 6 months after the patients died. So I could contact the caregivers through phone and explain all about the study. And when the caregiver is willing to participate, the caregiver would choose a day convenient to him or her to be visited at home. So here there's some general response in Malawi and lessons learned. I should mention also that in Malawi, we have only 2 CASA centers, and in Lilongwe is the most CASA center which have a long catchment area because it covers the whole northern part, central part, and other southern patients part came to National CASA Center upon preferences. But for this study, we only concern those within Lilongwe. So the response was good, even though some caregivers were emotional because of how the patients were handled at the end of life. I can give an example of one patient, primary caregivers, where we did an interview. The primary caregivers were not happy because their patient was sent for a diabetic clinic. Unfortunately, the time the patient reaches the diabetic clinic, it was the time of her end of life. So these primary caregivers were not happy with the situation, but it took the communication skills to handle the situation. But many appreciated the supportive care given. However, many advocates for awareness, training of health workers at primary health district hospitals for early diagnosis to prevent advanced disease. We already know that most of our patients report to the clinic in advanced disease. This is because of lack of awareness for training health workers and those who come in contact at the primary health care. In addition, some expressed that outstocks of opioids and other essential drugs compromise the quality of life. We all know that in our palliative care clinics, sometimes we have outstocks, and this compromise indeed the quality of life of our dying patients. Furthermore, the importance of applying ethical principles due to ethical dilemmas at the end of life is crucial. In palliative care, you know, we have a lot of ethical dilemmas whether we need to withdraw or withhold the treatments. So there's need for good application of these ethical principles for our dying patients. Most bereaved caregivers are free to discuss death if done in cultural and spiritual sensitive manner. In Africa, sometimes we take discussion of death as a taboo. But what I've discovered is if it's culturally and spiritual inclusive discussion on death, it might become not more difficult as we thought. So initial qualitative coding of the transcripts is ongoing, but thus far, similar to the measure in Canada and the US, caregivers consider multiple perceptives and judgment strategies in their ratings, which continues to highlight the complexity of the construct of the quality of dying and death and of proxy ratings. Next slide, please. So continuing on the general responses and lesson learned, I've learned that there's need for the importance of communication. I discovered that there's a lot of communication and information gaps where lack of clear and information regarding patients' prognosis, treatment, and end-of-life care planning sometimes is not clear. So we need clear and honest communication between healthcare providers and caregivers, which is very critical. And again, the need for emotional and psychological support. Patients' anxiety, depression, and fear of death are noted frequently in these questionnaires when I was administering the QODD questionnaire. So the response suggests that there were instances where emotional support for both patients and caregivers was insufficient. So as we are pointing more on the psychological part of the dying of death, we should bear in mind that this is crucial. And quality of care and compassionate at the end of life. Both quality of care and compassionate contributes to a peaceful transition at the end of life. So compassionate care ensures that an individual's dignity is upheld as they approach the end of life. Also, involvement in decision-making. The importance of communication openly about death, dying process, and patients' wishes, feelings, fears. These are crucial as we provide emotional relief and help with the decision-making. And this also allows the caregivers to feel more prepared for what is coming. On the cultural and spiritual sensitivity, these are important because each and every individual has his or her own cultural and spiritual beliefs. So the importance of rituals and spiritual practices helps in coping with the stress and grief associated with cancer care. So for healthcare providers, we need to understand and respect the cultural and spiritual needs of patients and caregivers. This is in providing holistic care. Physical comfort and pain management. Caregivers often highlighted the physical suffering the patient experienced, especially in the final days or week of end of their life. So we already know that while palliative care has advanced, but there are still gaps in ensuring pain relief and managing symptoms effectively. Impact of the dying experiences and grief. The experience of anticipatory grief teaches caregivers to prepare emotionally, both for the loss of their loved ones and for the sense of emptiness that may follow. So they often recognize the value of discussing grief before the death occurs to better cope with the emotional that arise later. Holistic approach and patient caregivers. This is a significant lesson in the need for a more holistic approach to care, which includes not only the physical, but also the psychological, emotional, and spiritual needs of the patient. Healthcare providers should integrate psychologists, counselors, social workers, and spiritual care providers into the care team to help mitigate distress and offer meaningful support during the patient's final months. Difficulties with preparing for death. Many of our patients and caregivers fear pain, suffering, and loss of dignity during the process, which creates additional stress. So we need to help them prepare. Roles of advanced care plan. A recurring lesson from the feedback is that advanced care planning should be initiated early in the disease trajectory. This helps ensure that patients' preferences are respected and can be documented while they are still able to participate in the decision-making process. And advanced directives can help prevent conflicts and confusions at critical moments. Post-death reflection and closure. After death, the process of reflection and closure is often left to those who remain, loved ones, family members, and friends. If a person did not have opportunity or ability to prepare adequately for their death, it can lead to unfinished business for both the dying person and those left behind. Learning from positives and negative experiences. On the other hand, negative experiences such as unresolved trauma, failure, or emotional hardships can lead to fear and resistance towards death. If an individual hasn't had time to address these issues or reconcile their past, it can leave the feeling unresolved in the final moments. So this was the experience. I feel like it was a good experience where we learned a lot of positives, negatives, and how and where we can improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And so our next steps in Malawi are to undertake the full validation study, similar to what is taking place in Canada and in the US, to enroll 230 bereaved caregivers and have them, instead of completing the GDI, they will be doing the African Palliative Outcome Scale and also the FAM care so that we can complete the full validity testing. But similarly, I think we are hopeful that it will show promise and good outcomes and be a very usable measure for us in our setting. And with that, I will pass it back to Dr. Lowe for our closing.
Yeah, well, thank you all so much for sharing all that. It's fascinating work. We have plenty of time now for discussion and questions and answers. So if anyone from the audience has questions for the team, please feel free to either unmute and speak the question, or you can enter it into the chat and we can read it there. I'll kick this off with a question I was wondering from hearing. As you've been doing this work in various settings, I think one of the intentions, Mary, you had mentioned was identifying a measure that has more universality. And do you feel like you're encountering situations where there might be a limit to the degree of universality given the variations in what a good death would be considered in different settings? Is a universal tool going to be possible? I'll open that to anyone on the panel.
I guess I could start. Yeah, I think it could be possible. I think that there are certain things in the death and dying experience that are kind of universal. The pain, the difficulties with breathing and eating and drinking and things like that are just universal. Everybody wants to feel connection at that end of life. And so I do think that we can get there, and hopefully our measure will be able to do that.
Thank you.
We should actually hear from Melissa about this, because Melissa, you're one of the few people who now have experience in both North American and African setting. And as you know, we had a lot of hopes, but also trepidation along the way about the question Jared's raising. What do you feel now about moving between these worlds about this measure?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful question. You know, I think when we set out to create this revised global version, we were hoping to make it more generalizable, right? To kind of take out some of those question items that had a fair degree of specificity and really kind of hone in on what Eve was sort of speaking to at the beginning, right? Like what makes a good death, while keeping in mind that what makes a good death is very not only culturally specific, but individually specific, right? Like what may be, that's what we all know and understand in palliative care. What may be a good death for me or my family is maybe very different than patients that I care for. And so I think it has been interesting, as Gary mentioned, from the perspective of someone Jared and I personally conduct these interviews in our setting in North Carolina and the United States. And I have joined Maria in Malawi on several of her caregiver interviews. And then I have gone through the qualitative data on our studies from Canada and the US, and beginning to go through the qualitative data in Malawi. And I would say I think it is approaching what we would hope to be a universal tool. You know, nothing is ever going to be perfect. I think in general, right, it's really hard to kind of objectively quantify what the experience of end of life is like. And we're trying to do our best efforts, but I think the questions that we have so far have allowed enough of a general approach that people can kind of speak to it, but then allows for that wide variation that we're going to see culturally, and then also with the individual patients and families too.
Thank you very much. I know we have a question in the chat from Eve about, in y'all's opinion, what would you include in typical end-of-life care standards? And I'm wondering how this idea of identifying a universal idea of a good death helps inform your answer to that question.
Maria, do you want to speak to that, given your extensive clinical experience in this realm?
Yes. Can he repeat the question, please?
Yeah, a question from Eve of what should be included in typical end-of-life care standards? What would be ideal end-of-life care for you, in your mind?
So I feel like all the domains which were presented can be included, like satisfaction from the family, preparation for death. As we know that at least in Uganda, people prefer to die at home. Unlike in Malawi, where people would prefer to die in hospital, because when they're taken at home, they feel like maybe they have been abandoned. And I want to concur with Alisa, whereby she said the quality of dying is individual, because what feels for me is not what feels for others.
I could just add something to that about a hospital. There's certainly in Western settings, there's the belief that the best death is always a home death. And we know that very good deaths can occur at home, but, as Maria's saying, not necessarily. And actually, especially when access to good palliative care is available, we found actually quite good quality of dying death in hospital settings. So that's sort of a mythology sometimes that always it's best at home. It's our measurement has helped us determine.
I think that idea helps to get at some of the things that should definitely be included in end-of-life care standards too, right? That one of the things that we think about is sort of the severe physical or symptom experience, and sometimes that management cannot be safely done at home and has to be done in a healthcare setting. And so sometimes what people hope for and then what the reality of their experience is different.
Thank you. And I see a hand raised from Chandra Bodani. You're welcome to unmute and ask a question if you have one.
Thank you very much. My network is a bit unstable, but I hope you'll be able to hear me. I'm responding from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much with the study that you carried out, quality of death and dying. I think it's quite informative, and I think it's quite a unique one. So great. I just hope maybe you take it to greater heights in terms of harvesting more and more information and refining perhaps the questionnaires, etc. But my question, I was just wondering, was I've realized that this study, definitely practically you can't ask the person who's dying because they've died, but you are asking a proxy, and when asking a proxy, we're asking about what the proxy thinks about the patient that died. So I kind of feel like there might be a little bit of a bias, whereby maybe the proxy responds in their own opinion. Was there a way of trying to control that bias, or perhaps maybe having questionnaire that is directly targeting the proxy rather than asking about how they feel about what X thought, which is okay, but maybe also just trying to find out, the proxy's opinion themselves, apart from maybe giving what they think about the person who died, and if a control of that bias was actually affected in. I was just wondering, but otherwise, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and something that I think we have seen in looking at our cognitive interviews, and kind of reflecting on the data. And we asked the person, you're right, it's hard to, right? We asked the person completing the questionnaire to try to complete it from the perspective of the patient, right? Like, what do you think that they would say about sort of this experience? But of course, our individual bias is always going to be brought into it. But interestingly, we have completed the qualitative analysis of the work in Canada and the US, and Jared actually helped me with that. So he can maybe, our moderator can maybe even weigh in, that people actually used a lot of different perspectives when they were answering the question. It wasn't always just driven based off of what they were thinking. They would try to use the perspective of the patient. They may actually use the perspective of other family members too. But it was rare that a person responding to the survey only used their own perspective in answering the questions. And similarly, they used a lot of different judgment strategies in terms of, I'm answering it this way because that's what the patient told me that they hoped for, or I'm answering it this way because that's just what I would kind of think about, like a sense of normalcy. And so you're right. You're exactly right. This is really tough. That's why studying end of life is so hard, because you can't really ask the person who has died to go back and tell us what that experience was like. But we're trying to get at, the best idea of like what a proxy rating can say. And interestingly, and with the original measure, the QODD, and we tried this initially but had trouble with responses, that sometimes they'll have the measure completed not only by a caregiver, by a family member, but also by a healthcare worker. So you're kind of getting different perspectives on the end of life experience from different people who were involved at the end. I'm going to pause so other people can add their considerations to your question as well.
Yeah, I could agree with that, Alyssa, that inevitably, although we're asking them to put themselves in the shoes of the patient or in the bed of the patient, inevitably there is some blurring that it's hard to get themselves out of it completely. But we are wanting them to rate the experience of the patient. For example, caregiver grief could be high, even though the patient is not suffering. So the experience of the caregiver at the end of life, some aspects could be distinct. One thing we did look at earlier, because one of the critiques of proxy ratings is to what extent is the emotional state of the caregiver influencing their ratings. And that's one reason why we do the ratings not immediately after the death of the patient, but often 3 months later. What we did find in our earlier research is that there wasn't a relationship between the grief of the caregiver and their rating. So at least to that extent, that there wasn't a bias of that. But we think the blurring is, though, not entirely a bad thing, because it is to some extent a shared experience at the end of life. But there is a limitation that we have that's built in, as Alyssa said, that we can't totally escape, that we can't quite ask the patient at the time, and obviously we can't ask them retrospectively either.
Maria, I believe you were going to weigh in as well.
Yes. If you go back to the questions, it was indicated to what extent did X, and on that X, we could refer for the patient. So because the responses were included, don't know and no response, the proxy were able to say, I don't know because the patient did not tell me anything, or I don't know because I can't say for the patient, or I don't know because I can't feel for the patient. So these were some of the responses we got from the proxies. So to my understanding, they could understand that we are asking in place of the patient, because they were free to say when they can't respond for what they were not told or for what they don't feel for the patient.
Very important point. Of course, they do have to spend time with the patient to know. But Mary, can you comment on that? How frequently people said that they didn't know or couldn't respond in the data that you've analyzed so far?
I would say that does happen, but maybe Alyssa might have a better, because it's in the cognitive interviews, but that does happen, that people say, I don't know because they didn't talk to me about that particular item. And that's more the common actually reason people say don't know, is just, I don't know, based on what they said, and we didn't talk about this. I didn't witness that part. And so that's a very good use of the don't know response that I've seen.
Yeah, that's a great mention. As part of our qualitative data, we wanted to look at, specifically when they answered don't know or, no response, because what we're trying to assess, right, is this questionnaire like confusing people? Are we asking what we think we are? Are people saying don't know because they don't understand our question? And far and away, the reason, like Mary said, that people were responding don't know is because they would say, they never spoke to me about that. They understand the question, they understand what we're trying to get at, but because they're answering it from the perspective of the patient, they're saying, I don't have any knowledge of that aspect of their dying experience, so I don't feel equipped to answer that. And they're instead are saying, don't know.
Thank you all for responding to that. I see your hand raised, Second MSCC. If you want to ask your question.
Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting question. And I agree with the speakers and Gary's comment that there's a limitation in that study. It cannot really be dealt with any other way. You can't ask someone after they have died how they felt about it. But there was also something interesting that you did this questioning 6 months later, which means that somebody has had time to get away from the emotions and to be more objective in trying to answer it. So I think that went a long way into trying to make it more objective. But there are those. But there's also retrospective falsification. How do you deal with the answer 6 months later? So these are built-in things in research studies, and sometimes there's nothing we can do about it except to mention them.
There are limitations to every measure. And by the way, even in self-report measures, for example, we see people who clinically we sit with and are seriously depressed. And when you ask, given a self-report measure on depression, they score 0. They just they're not aware of it, or they don't acknowledge it or admit it. So limitations are not unique to this measure. Every measure has its limitations, including biological measures, of course.
I want to recognize a comment from Bernadette that as palliative care resources have become more available, the concept of dying at home has become more acceptable. And I think that speaks to the value of getting these resources out there. Moses has a question for us of, have there been thus far or plans to explore the use of the QODD across settings? So deaths in hospice might look a certain way, but deaths in the hospital might look differently. So beyond just cross country, what about cross healthcare setting?
We did that in our original research. We looked both in people who died at home, people who died in residential hospice, and people who died in inpatient setting. And of the 3, actually, residential hospice was slightly higher, but of course, they're not randomly assigned. So, but as I said, we were surprised that the differences weren't as great as you might expect, and that they're actually quite good deaths in hospital when there was good access to palliative care. But Jared, maybe that question would be an invitation to many people here. We'd be very open to supporting, helping, facilitating research that would go on in a variety of cultural, geographic, and clinical settings.
Yeah, I think that's our big hope with creating the revised global version, right? So that we saw a need from the original quality of dying and death work that there needed to be something that was more broadly applicable, but we wanted a measure that could be validated and used in a lot of different cultural settings, a lot of different resource settings, so that you can not only use it to sort of describe what you're seeing there, you can describe comparison between the different settings there. And, one of the ways that Maria and I are hoping to use it is ultimately that it can be an outcome measure to assess interventions that we want to do, right? Like, are we able to improve what the quality of dying and death scoring is based off of palliative care intervention? So that's kind of big future directions that we hope to move. And as Gary said, a wonderful invitation to say, that's why we're presenting it here. We want to hear if other people find it engaging and interesting and want to make use of this tool as well.
I think you're inspiring a whole troop of researchers. Nala mentioned in the chat being interested in testing the validity in Arab-speaking countries as well. Nicodemus, I see your hand raised if you want to ask your question. Or we'll come right back to you. Looking in the chat, there are a couple of questions almost along the lines of what's the difference between a good and a bad death?
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for good presentation, and I also appreciate the presenter. That was good. So the answer, I want to know there, according to the slide about dying and the death quality. So there's some people, or especially the lady, women, when was suffer of cancer, so she want to die at home, don't in the hospital. Then when we inspire them to stay in the hospital to treat other conditions which occur during that disease, but they're not not like to die in hospital, but she said that I want to go home and to die peacefully with our lady of home and with their husband. So I want to know why the patient of that disease, they like to die at home.
I don't know, Eve, if you wanted to speak to that from your experiences, or anyone else on the panel, kind of what you've heard.
Yes, first of all, home
Well,
is a good home. It is where, Professor, did you want to say something, Professor Msisi? So many patients always ask you to discharge them.
Can I say something?
Please do. Professor Msisi, please go ahead. We lose Professor?
We may have.
Okay, I think I'll respond, and I'll start by saying that definitely home is home. You are at the comfort of your bed. You have sanitary services. You can eat the food you want. There are economic implications of being in hospital. There are risks for infections. At times, your loved ones don't have the transport to come and visit you in hospital. You may not be able to see the sunshine or even sit under a tree. Some people want to engage in some rituals privately, and that may not be done so well in a hospital setting. You're not able to show affection. You're on a general ward. How are you going to show affection? Sometimes people cannot do the things we do privately when they're on the general ward, passing out urine. And then if you want to make a long call, you're not able to do it freely. You're not comfortable. So there are so many reasons for people to wish to be at home. But of course, when very distressing symptoms come in and they cannot be managed at home, then people can wish to move into hospital. And then those who face pressure at home may also wish to be admitted in hospital. And the whole thing is about comfort, peaceful, and having access to the amenities that make your life enjoyable or easy to deal with.
You know, I could just add to what Eve said. I think home is desired by many people, but interesting, and Alyssa may have some comment about that too. There's not always a strong correlation between when you ask people early on where they would like to die and where they do die, because many people, it's an idea early on that you have, but it may or may not take the circumstances at the end of life into account. And what we certainly find is that some, as Alyssa was getting at, some medical conditions might be better if you have a lot of symptoms that need a lot of management. Sometimes it's better managed in hospital. But in any case, usually dying at home requires a team, it requires family support, which I think may actually be more feasible in Africa than in many other northern settings, North American settings, for example. Whereas it can be quite burdensome and stressful in families when people, when there's just one caregiver, or when they don't have a lot of family support, or when the caregiver is themselves not well.
Yeah, I think interestingly, and Mary can maybe speak to this too, and Maria, like the question that we asked, like the satisfaction with the location of death, people, may not have been what the person would have originally chosen, but then sort of the quality of care, the level of needs that they had, like Gary said, it evolved over time. Like, I think reflecting personally, like if you ask me today, I'm going to say, yes, I would prefer to die at home, but I don't know what my end of life is going to look like, right? And I might have some disease that has a major symptom burden where I can't receive medications that support me at home. And so then I may change my mind, right? And I think this also starts to get at the question that was asked about comparing settings. A lot of the work that we have done in the US and Canada has been in inpatient hospices, which are designed to be more home-like, but provide that support. And people may say they're very satisfied with that location of death as compared to if it was in an ICU. It's interesting to think about different, even within the healthcare context, home versus not home, there's a wide variation in what that satisfaction with the care might look like.
I want to thank you all so
Okay.
much. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all the questions, but this has been a wonderful presentation and discussion. Our session is due to end. I don't know what comes after this, but I'll stop us there.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I understood. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, our previous speakers. And the next session is about the novel symptom toolkit that includes medications to manage some of the most common symptoms experienced by patients with cancer. And that is going to be delivered by Lisa Tiri and Maria. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you very much. So we're excited to share some of our preliminary work on a palliative care intervention that we have developed and are in the process of revising for use with cancer patients in Malawi. Maria, next slide, please, Jaden. Maria is going to start us off by kind of helping to give you all more context to what palliative care is like in Malawi, where we work. Hand it to you, Maria. Not sure if Maria has had trouble with her connection and has been lost. Let me just check with her real quick.
Yes, sorry. I had
Oh, there you
no
are.
power, so I had to connect from my phone. Sorry
Oh,
for that.
no problem. Yes, so
Yeah.
Maria, if you wanted to go ahead and share a little bit about the background of palliative care in Malawi, and then I'll talk a little bit more about our study before handing it back to you. Thank you.
So I need a slide. Yes.
Are you able to
So
see the slide?
yes, I get the
Okay,
slide now. Am
great.
I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem.
Okay. So Malawi, like other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, is still faced with HIV and AIDS, cancer, and other non-communicable diseases. It is estimated that about 25,000 Malawians live with cancer. And in 2002, Malawi government recognized palliative care. The first center was established at Queen Elizabeth Central Hospital. This is a referral hospital in the southern part of Malawi. And Malawi has national palliative care policy since 2004. So Malawi can handle palliative care patients utilizing a holistic approach. Next slide.
Next slide, please. So I can share a little bit more about why we decided to move ahead with the symptom toolkit, and then we'll hand it back to Maria to describe. But this was an intervention that we specifically undertook with a lymphoma cohort that we have at UNC Project Malawi. So as I alluded to earlier, UNC Project Malawi is a collaborative relationship between the University of North Carolina and the Malawi Ministry of Health. And we specifically have a cancer program that has partnered very closely with the Ministry of Health to establish a national cancer center in Lilongwe and to set up the first pathology lab in the country, and assisted with training and expansion of a lot of research and work specific to cancer. With so much kind of robust working projects and research and focused on cancer, we wanted to extend that research to palliative care specifically within the oncology patient population. And the lymphoma cohort is a long-standing patient population that has been followed by our group through the UNC Project Malawi Cancer Program. And as many of you know, lymphoma is one of the most common cancers that occurs among young adults in sub-Saharan Africa, but the survival rates vary quite distinctly between the low resource settings that we are often practicing in compared to elsewhere in the world. In some of the studies that have been done by our group and UNC Project, it was shown that some of these poor treatment outcomes were due to treatment abandonment, due to long travel, due to poor side effects and toxicities, and really just general difficulty accessing symptom management medications and overall palliative care support. As Maria mentioned, then the National Cancer Center in Lilongwe serves a catchment area that is all of northern and central Malawi. So a lot of our patients are traveling quite far to reach the central location to be able to have this cancer care. And that means that in between their chemotherapy cycles, they're home and, their rural locations. They are quite far from sort of the symptom management, the access to essential medications that we would hope they would be able to be provided. Next slide, please. And so with that in mind, we wanted to seek out how to improve sort of access, awareness, and understanding of symptom management that would work in our particular clinical setting. And the idea was really to sort of hope to emulate what is considered the standard of care and in places that have more ready access to medications, to palliative care. And the idea really was that we would be able to develop this particular symptom toolkit and then use it within our lymphoma cohort, because this is a specific patient population that we have that is closely studied. And we did it within adolescents and young adults, being able to use some already translated and validated health-related quality of life outcomes to sort of assess what the impact may be. You can see on the slide there that we wanted to be mindful too of our patient population often not being able to read, and wanted to have the toolkit be sort of threefold. The delivery of an intervention from an educational standpoint that provides information on the common symptoms associated with chemotherapy for patients who are going through that experience. Then also a symptom toolkit journal that kind of outlines what medications that they would maybe take, what other sort of complementary or alternative medicines or behavioral changes that they might do to be able to help support the symptom that they may experience. And then also a diary that helped to sort of record how often in between their cycles of chemotherapy they were experiencing the symptom and that they were taking the medication, along with provision of these medications. Usually, typically what happens with our patient population is that they would come in to receive chemotherapy, they would be briefed on potential side effects, but often, are not experiencing those side effects immediately. And so maybe experiencing those side effects at home quite far away, where they no longer have access to be able to get to those medications very quickly. When they're needed. And so the idea was to not only give them that education about the common symptoms they may experience, but to provide them with the medications to do more in-depth education about the common side effects and symptoms with not only the patient, but their caregiver as well. Next slide, please. And so this was the methods in which we kind of undertook to assess an initial feasibility assessment of the symptom toolkit. So in our oncology clinic at the National Cancer Center in Lilongwe, Malawi, we developed this toolkit as I described, and then in all the patients who were in our lymphoma cohort, we enrolled everyone to kind of give everybody an equal opportunity to access these medications and access this counseling. And so that, as I mentioned, they received the toolkit that has the journal, the pictorial booklet with the visual explanations, and Maria was going to take us through step by step what that looks like. The diary to record when their symptoms were experienced and the medications that they took. The medications themselves that were labeled with the pictorials that were created by a graphic designer. And then an educational intervention, Maria or our other oncology and palliative care trained nurses explaining to patients and their caregivers what they were going to experience. And so we did symptom assessments upon the initial chemotherapy treatment when they came in mid-cycle and then cycle completion, and then also every 6 months during follow-up until completion of 5 years or death of the patient or participant. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to hand it back to Maria to talk through kind of each of the symptoms that were part of the toolkit and the medications and share with you what she often shares with the patient participants.
Thank you, Alisa. As already explained, lymphoma is the fourth most common cancer found in Malawi for male. So the adolescent are at risk group of abandoning the treatment because they don't understand all the whole issue about the cancer treatment and everything. So we came up with this. So we have these pictures. When the patient comes, this was administered at the first cycle of chemotherapy. So we have a journal with these pictures. So what I was used to do is to show these pictures to the patients, and the patients could identify the meaning of this picture. So this one, the first one is for nausea and vomiting. There's high level of literacy in Malawi, and even though they cannot miss this illustration, so they are able to mention this is vomiting. They could miss the nausea because it's asymptomatic, but they cannot miss the vomiting. So this is for nausea and vomiting. Next slide. And this one symbolizes for constipation. So the patients could say there is straining in defecation. So this symbolizes constipation. Next picture. We had a problem of how we can show general pain. So the only thing we could show is this one. So this one symbolizes general pain, not headache, not just a singular pain, but this is pain. Next. This is self-explanatory. This stands for mucositis, which is very common in chemotherapy for patients with cancer. This could be difficult for them to identify, but they could say, we can see some redness in the mouth. So I can come in and tell them, yes, this is oral thrush, but in medical terms, mucositis. Next slide. So as it is illustrated here, there's a person who is sleeping, but there's a cross. So this shows for insomnia. It stands for insomnia for somebody who is failing to sleep. Next slide. So as we can see here, the picture, the pictorial picture, the patient is holding the abdomen. This symbolizes the abdominal pain, but to be more specific, this is gastritis, which comes with some types of cancer like lymphoma and its medication chemotherapy. Next slide. Yeah. So after showing the patients about the symbols and its translation into common side effects, I have to mention that we got these common side effects when we conducted the focus group. We did the focus group with some adolescents whom we managed on lymphoma, and they mentioned to us these are the most common side effects they faced. So that's how we come up with those 6 to start with. So if you can see on the picture, chemotherapy is given every week to other specific types of lymphoma, like those with leukemias. And for Hodgkin's lymphoma, patients come to get chemotherapy every 14 days. And for Hodgkin's and diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, patient comes to get chemotherapy every 3 weeks. So this symbolized the symptoms for 3 weeks. The first column, it's week 1. That is Chichewa. That's Sabata 1, but it stands for week 1, week 2, and week 3. So the first head, that shows that's a smile face. That stands that the patient had no side effect. And the second face, as you can see, it's a sad face. That stands for the side effect which the patient can have. And below the faces, those stands for drugs. So when giving the pictorial journal, inside there's these weeks for them to cycle. So from day 1 after getting chemotherapy, the following day, the patient is supposed to check whether they have all those symptoms. I prefer to teach them to cycle at the end of the day because they might not have the side effect in the morning, but it can occur any time during the day. So whenever the patient by the end of the day had no symptom, they had to cycle the happy face, meaning they had no side effect for each specific symptom. But if the patient had a side effect, let's say had nausea and vomiting on that day, the patient was advised to cycle the sad face. And if it happens that the patient had a side effect, but did not take a medication associated with the side effect, the patient leaves the medication blank, meaning was not supposed to cycle. But if the patient had a specific side effect and he or she has taken the medication, she's supposed also to cycle the medication. So the patient advised to do likewise every day for specific side effect until the patient comes back for the forward cycle. So when they come for next cycle, there were questions which were posed to them concerning their side effects, quality of life, and we are using the journal. We did not indicate the questions here, but there were questions where we were entered into red cap. So based on this, we could see how the patients were affected with the side effects, and we could see how regularly they took the medications. On the same, we were teaching our patients also to use natural medicine as long as they don't harm. So below, there is a column where they were using the natural medicine. And if it happens that they used the natural medicine and they were helped, we encourage them to write on the space provided so that we should learn and we can teach to others. Apart from that, other side effects just need life adjustments. Like nausea and vomiting, we could advise our patients to eat small but frequent, to avoid bad odors, and maybe to avoid more spicy foods. So everything is indicated. But if they have used other lifestyle which helped for specific side effect, we also encourage them to document so that we can share with others. Next slide. So this is what I was just explaining. On each side effect, we were explaining the identification of the side effect to them, like nausea and vomiting, but it was written in vernacular. This is for us to know. So it was written, nausea and vomiting are very common symptoms to experience when you have cancer, especially when you are receiving chemotherapy. This is what I was just explaining. The pharmaceutical medicine which we provide was promethazine and ondansetron. We could not administer morphine here because whenever they have severe pains, this patient were advised to come to the clinic as soon as possible. And morphine was just given upon assessment. So on natural medicine for nausea and vomiting, we were advising for them to use ginger, tamarind fruit, and baobab fruits. And the lifestyles, eat small frequent meals, avoid fatty foods, avoid bad smells. So this was the layout of each and every symptom, and this is just a sample. Next slide. So most of the counselings have already mentioned when I was showing up the pictures, but I will just pass through. Patients are asked me to identify the symptoms from the pictorial pictures, and I could confirm or correct upon symptoms identification. Definition of which symptom to the patient was explained, explanation of how the patient will settle their symptoms and taking drugs, demonstration of medication pills in relation to their symptoms. When Alisa was showing us on the objectives, we have pill packs with medication inside, and those pictorial pictures was also pasted on the pill packs so that when they have a symptom like nausea and vomiting, they also have a pill pack with the same picture, which guides them to take the drugs from there. So in the patients were encouraged to come to hospital immediately if the symptoms persist. And I would assess patient understanding by asking the patients to recall the symptoms, the medications, and how they are going to recycle the booklet. And clients were advised to write down natural medicine and other life changes used to manage specific symptoms. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so we had enrolled 65 participants, and these are our findings. We found that the symptom toolkit was user-friendly. It was user-friendly because literate and illiterate patients were able to use it without any difficulties. And we found that it was culturally acceptable because they could take this medication and booklet and use at home without fear and without being stigmatized. And these patients report symptom relief, which led to improved quality of life. And I can assure you, we had no abandonment of our patients who were enrolled in the study. So all adhered to treatment. And they told us, and we could see that through symptom toolkit, the symptoms were prevented from becoming severe. And these patients were able to assess and treat their own symptoms at community level. They could assess their symptoms and they can figure it that this is mild and they could not take the drugs. And they can assess that, no, this is coming moderate to severe and I need to take the drugs. And there was reduced stigma through enhancing socialization and better quality of life and adherence to treatment as a result of symptom relief. Because of the quality of life which they get from symptom relief, they were able to socialize and they were able to do whatever they could do at home and adhere to their treatment. I mentioned that most of patients comes from far, and most of the places where they come and they cannot access palliative care. And this made easily accessible and lower the cost of purchasing medication and hospital transportation to our patients. Because without that, they are supposed to come to the clinic for medication of their symptoms. And others even say that they were privileged to learn about the nature medicine and able to share to others. Next slide.
Thank you, Maria. And so we have been conducting some preliminary analysis since recently completing the enrollment for the symptom toolkit. So as Maria mentioned, we've had 65 patients enroll with a median age of 39. Maria and our other research nurses completed a total of 602 assessments. The common diagnoses seen were acute lymphoblastic leukemia, Burkitt lymphoma, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, Hodgkin's lymphoma, and lymphoma NOS. And you can see that patients were quite symptomatic. There were reports of pain, majority reported pain, 91%, a majority reported nausea, 71%, 65% reporting mucositis, 58% reporting constipation, 57% reporting insomnia, and 52% reporting gastritis at some point during kind of the study process. They also said that they used their as-needed medications from the symptom toolkit for their symptom instances a majority of the time as well. So not only were they sharing that they were having this high symptom burden, but they were actually using the medications when they experienced the symptoms. So of those who reported nausea, they were using medicine 75% of the time, 75% of the time for constipation, 85% of the time for pain, 89% of the time for mucositis, 64% of the time for insomnia, and 78% of the time for gastritis. And Maria had reflected to you a lot of kind of our qualitative discussion with the patient participants, kind of looking through our focus groups to assess this initial toolkit that had been developed, understanding what their experience of it has been. And we're now looking at the health-related quality of life outcome measures too, to see if it has any demonstrable difference with the implementation of the symptom toolkit as well, and hope to be able to report out on that in the coming months. Next slide, please. And so our future directions, we are planning to broaden this from just our lymphoma cohort and specific with our adolescent and young adults. We want to see if this can be used for advanced cancer patients in a broader age distribution, not just unique to our lymphoma cohort, but to our solid cancer patients as well. And so we're planning to essentially adapt the toolkit using participant advisor groups with not only patients and caregivers, but also our healthcare workers, our oncologists, our nurses, our palliative care clinicians as well, to take a look at what we currently have developed, and give us feedback and help us to adapt and change to have it be perhaps more suitable for the patient population that we're hoping to more broadly generalize it to. And then ultimately, after adapting it, we hope to do a pilot intervention trial using it in adult advanced cancer patients and hope to be able to report out on its feasibility and acceptability, and then in future directions to do a fully powered intervention trial. And with that, I will pass it back to Dr. Roden for moderating any questions that anyone has. You can go to the next slide, Jaden, for wrap up.
I think I can do that, although I think Eve is also going to do the moderation.
Oh, sorry.
Are you there, Eve?
Yes, I'm here, Gary.
You take over. I think you might be best to do the moderation. This one.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. And this is a great innovation for managing cancer. Dr. Mwanga, do you want to say something? I see you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you so much, Eve. I think it's quite exciting because managing symptoms is one of the biggest problems we are having here in Uganda, and especially for the illiterate population. I was just hearing about how they were managing, and they were using illustrations to manage, and I was learning it. And I think this is one thing we can borrow as a country in our palliative care. Sincerely speaking, symptom management, I think we have been leaving it to the health workers to have that. But this can be quite a very good community initiative, which people who are far from the facility can handle. But I'm looking at how were the medication being given, especially for the pediatric patients, because you said some of these medications are basically for adults. How was it given in that direction? I submit.
Okay, so this study was conducted in adolescent. So we did not include the pediatric ones.
Yeah, specific for our patient population was basically ages 15 and up. That's what is seen from an adolescent young adult within our oncology clinic for our specific lymphoma cohort. And so it's so important, right? Because you have to think about dosages of medications, and it becomes much more nuanced and tricky with kids. But specific for this pilot study that we did, it was everyone who was adult sized enough that allowed for more standardization in the dosages of medications that we gave out initially.
Thank you both. I'll move to you, Brandon, Dr. Brandon.
Thank you, Dr. Eve, for fielding the question, and thanks so much for a really wonderful presentation and such a great project. I just had a couple small questions, and apologies if I missed them during your presentations. The first one is whether in designing the medicines toolkit and package, whether your team had tried to draw from the Lancet Commission's package of essential medicines that was published a few years ago. I think there's some interesting studies that are being done looking at costing these types of packages and trying to implement them in primary healthcare and universal health coverage. So I was wondering if that package of medicines or those publications informed selections of medicines for this study. And I'll pause there for that question, and then I have a follow-up question if that's all right.
Yeah, so certainly I think, you know, as Maria mentioned, kind of our initial take was as palliative care and oncology clinicians and providers, like what we see and experience clinically is kind of the most common. Also taking input from, like you mentioned, the Lancet Commission and other groups as to what comes up most frequently, and then using focus groups to ask our patients themselves, like what is coming up most commonly. And then in terms of like what actually went into the symptom toolkit, it was really informed by cost and availability within our specific clinical setting. And, you know, certainly thinking about kind of what are the most indicated anti-nausea medications or other useful things like specific to these symptoms as advised by sort of essential medication list. And certainly that informs often what our pharmacy formulary has available. But then had close talks with our pharmacy in terms of what made sense to include in terms of issues that we may have with regular stockouts. And then working to not only work through, Malawi has universal health care. And so what is typically provided medication wise, but then using this was funded by a small grant, using that to supplement additional purchasing of medications to be able to avoid any stockouts that sometimes occur when they wouldn't necessarily be regularly available through the government sources.
Thank you so much. And then my last question was just about whether there were any issues that arose in distributing potential controlled medicines within those packages, like morphine, and whether there needed to be coordination with on the policy side of things, or with in some countries like law enforcement potentially may or may not be supportive of people having these types of medicines and transporting them for administration at home. So I was just wondering if there were any challenges in the distribution of things like opioid medicines with these patients.
Maria, do you want to answer that one?
Maria, are you there?
I guess I can start. We'll see if she's able to to join in. So that was one of the things that Maria kind of alluded to, that we didn't automatically distribute the morphine. There were medications like that initial appointment that the participants came to. They're not experiencing symptoms as of yet, but we're giving them medications, presuming that somewhere across their chemotherapy cycle, when they're at home, far away, some of these symptoms may come up. Now, when they came back on kind of that reassessment, if they were experiencing severe pain, it was kind of a combination, right? From like kind of the legal issues, but also like we don't want to have someone suddenly experiencing severe pain and not have them evaluated. So we didn't want to encourage like not seeking out kind of healthcare support in the event that happened. But in Malawi, nurses who have palliative care training are able to prescribe morphine. And so we worked very closely. We're really fortunate to be very closely partnered with our Ministry of Health Oncology Palliative Care Clinic. We worked closely with them to set up that clinic and are closely aligned. And so not only is there like a specific distribution of morphine to our cancer center, if you purchase additional medication, as we did to kind of help supplement it, it all goes through a specific record keeping book, so that the general kind of management and assessment of what is being distributed, what is being used is kind of made informed and aware. And so the morphine aspect of it wasn't necessarily a standard given out medication. It was more kind of in response to what the patient experience was, to not only get at the legal issues, as you've mentioned, but also because we didn't want patients to be experiencing severe pain and sort of self-medicating without necessarily having that symptom assessed, if it was something we were anticipating that they needed initially.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the response. I'll move on to Professor Musisi.
Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. I have two questions. The first one is the use of those traditional herbs for some symptom control. And I was wondering what you did for possible, I don't know because I don't know them very well, possible drug-drug interactions that could arise. I don't know whether we have studied them well enough or whether you experienced any of that. The second question is regarding opiates. And what I think the other previous speaker's question was, because we have an opioid epidemic in this country, in Uganda, and I have been wondering what has been fueling it. I don't know what you might say of that. Because in Uganda, you prescribe morphine, of course, and other pethidines and stuff like that. But we have an opioid epidemic, especially among health workers, doctors, nurses.
Yeah. So, Maria, if you're able to speak, please feel free. But I'll keep talking unless you're there.
Yeah, I can take it first.
Okay, great.
So, for the natural medicines, in palliative care, we encourage use of natural medicine as long as they are not harmful. So one of the natural medicines is pawpaw seed, which we use it for constipation. And for mucositis, we don't have a pharmacological medicine which works well for mucositis. In our case, we were using natural honey, which worked very well. And our patients could use the same natural honey for gastritis. So we did not face any interaction, and they were just simple natural medicines which were used. They could use the same natural honey for some wounds, and it was effective for them. For opioids in Malawi, it's actually DDA. You cannot go to the pharmacy and find morphine being sold. So it's only found in hospitals and it's under DDA. So it's not as what happens in Uganda. I think Alisa maybe can add more.
Yeah, so as someone trained in Western biomedicine, my experience with complementary and alternative medicines is quite limited. Although I think I certainly view the utility of them as quite important. But I think similar to you, Professor, I initially had kind of hesitations on like how do we make sure that this is not interfering or interacting with the other medications that are being prescribed. But we really looked to kind of experts in this area. We made great use of our colleagues at Indi Moyo, who do a lot of the palliative care education for our clinicians throughout the country of Malawi. They're actually a big partner of Hospice Africa Uganda, and do a lot of complementary and alternative medications and have their own medicinal garden. They have kind of their own complementary and alternative natural medicines that they give out as part of their care. So using them and sort of the literature as like a resource to make sure that the ones that we are recommending that patients consider are not things that are going to interfere or interact with the chemotherapy that they're receiving or the medications that we're prescribing. So I think we took particular attention to, for me, it had to be relying on the literature and relying on others because that's not kind of knowledge that I possess, and sort of leaning into other experts in that area to ensure it was done in a safe way. But also wanted to take advantage that there are a lot of wonderful kind of natural remedies, and that is actually very culturally relevant. It's a lot of what our patients are going to do anyway. So how can we work collaboratively with them to ensure that this is something that they're going to do in a safe and an effective way? Because we ultimately want them, to continue with treatment adherence, right? To continue with their chemotherapy. So kind of working hand in hand rather than shying away from it, kind of leaning into it. And as for the opioids, as Maria mentioned, there certainly are. I think it's something that is important to talk about and pay attention to, especially coming from where I practice in the U.S., right? That opioid diversion and concern about misuse is always a big issue. But I think far and away in Malawi, our bigger issue is access to opioids. And sometimes the kind of response to the opioid epidemic and kind of the misuse overshadows that we don't have enough access to the medications that we need in and of itself. But we, following kind of the legal ramifications set out, did not have any issues with diversion or with access, specifically within the context of the study. And as Maria mentioned, anecdotally and kind of our research group's personal experience, that has been less of an issue. Although of course we still continue to kind of pay attention and look out for it, because you do know that it could end up being a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for the response. We'll move to Professor Randy Diamond.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. It's really an excellent presentation. I'm wondering, you it sounds like most of what you've done is working with patients who are coming in to get cancer treatment. In my experience working with the palliative care team out of St. Francis Naggalama Hospital, a lot of the patients are not making it in for their cancer treatment. And I'm wondering, using this tool, like, have you thought about how to get this out into, the more distant communities, and for people who may not be, coming into the cancer center, and who is training people to use this tool outside of like the major hospital center? Is it only palliative care workers? Is there a way of maybe getting this further distributed? Maybe using local healthcare workers or village health workers. Just wondering if you've been thinking about that.
Oh, that's such a wonderful question, and why it's so great to, present in forums like this where you generate lots of discussion and ideas. I think this initial sort of take was just this idea of like how do we start to improve symptom management in general, right? Like, it's needed in so many ways, and if this can be done in an effective way, how do we scale it up further? So, right, I kind of mentioned our hope to expand this beyond our adolescent young adult lymphoma cohort, but more generally to advanced cancer patients as sort of our next step. And I love your suggestion, specific to Malawi, as part of the national palliative care policy. Like, you do have to have palliative care support at like the district hospital level, but unfortunately it's not necessarily present at the health center level, which is where many of our patients is going to be their easiest kind of point of contact to the healthcare system. And so it really brings up a great question of, is this something that we include in like more broad kind of training sessions beyond just kind of the provision of palliative care providers doing this and having this, but is this something that we can train district, health center workers to be able to do and implement as well, to kind of get at this idea of how do we help care for the people who aren't able to make it all the way in for their cancer treatment. So that's a wonderful suggestion. I think we'll probably run with that in the future.
Yes, and also to add on the geographic part of it, because these patients were enrolled also in lymphoma cohort, they are given transport reimbursement for them not to assist them with coming to the cancer center. And every time they come for their chemotherapy cycle or because they are sick, I could feel